to kind of...
And we are live.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. How are all of you doing?
Amazing.
Good.
On the right side of the grass.
I like that. It's a good phrase.
I haven't had any coffee today, so I'm ready to fight something.
See,
Oh,
I'm
no.
right there with you. I am on like a caffeine deficiency for some reason. I just haven't had enough today, so I am like pounding energy drinks, and I'm probably gonna make coffee on our break and not sleep until 4 in the morning.
See, I woke up this morning to find out that we're out of coffee, so I couldn't have coffee even if I wanted.
Oh God, there's a horror story right there.
Uncaffeinated HB Fox.
How does
What are
that
we
happen?
gonna get?
Well, I thought
Like-
we had more in the pantry. We don't have more in the pantry.
Oh, I've heard those words before.
Yeah.
We order case lots from Amazon.
We do. We order them by like the 4-pack.
The pallet.
Six-pack.
Of,
The pallet.
yeah, and they're not the small bags. They're like the big suckers.
Man, I've got a Keurig, so I just go and I buy the box of like the cups, the K cups.
See, we've got one of those as well, but it broke like a month ago, so we haven't been buying any K-cups for it. So we don't even have any of those on hand that I can like tear into and steal the grounds out of.
I was gonna say, why don't you just open
Be
it?
like, I could just see like Gremlin Fox in the kitchen ripping open pods, dumping them into a pot to make coffee.
I've done it before.
I mean, it works. There's just coffee grounds inside the pod anyway.
Oh, true.
Like if you want a single cup of coffee, just cut that open and pour it into, you know.
I know this is heresy, Fox, but don't you even have any like a canister of like actual instant coffee somewhere?
I don't. I usually do have some of that on hand for like arts and crafts because it's great for dyeing things, instant coffee. But I used it all for arts and crafts. So
What
I
you're
don't have
saying
any.
is this is a situation of you are ill prepared for the problem.
I am here by
Mistakes
the good graces
were
of
made.
tea.
Yeah.
Without tea, I would be unconscious on the bed behind me.
Oh, yay, tea.
So if something needs to be fought today, I'm in.
Well, that sounds like a jolly good proposition.
We've got a challenge.
Yep, it sounds like we have a challenge here. So,
Somebody just has to roll low. That's all. That's all that needs to happen.
welcome to another episode of Tricorn Isles, where apparently, you know, two of us are heavily undercaffeinated. Yeah, so the last time we left off, the ship was outfitted. And you said your goodbyes to Mama Plum and the rest of the Parsnip family as you set out on the open sea for the first time without having to worry that the Wanderer was going to break apart due to the currents battering the hull. You decided to set your first course towards Echo Bay. About a 6-day journey to the north, taking the ship out into the open seas. You came across a single person vessel drifting in the ocean, a large harpoon tether jammed through it, and a slumped over body with just a singular harpoon in its back. Due to the investigation from both Mirror and one of your crew members, Esteban, you were able to identify this as a lone sea hag drifting out to sea. Calling in the resident hag expert Cannonball, the decision was made to scuttle this craft as best as possible. But hearing that there were books and other trinkets aboard, the good old Captain Rory sent a message to Esteban to bring the books on board. And with the inspiration that he got from the group shanty that everyone sang together maybe 10 minutes prior, he was able to sneak the goods onto the ship unnoticed, leaving Rory with about 6 smutty books, like very cheap dime store pirate romance novels,
Score.
and then a black book, a serrated dagger, and a paper dodecadon about the size of a basketball.
I don't think I have the dagger.
No, that you
So I
have.
just said paper.
No, you have the dagger because it was in the chest with the book.
Oh, okay.
Because in the chest was the tome, the serrated dagger, and then the dodecadon.
It was
thought I put the
heartstone
dodecadon-
that we lost.
Yeah, it was the
Oh, okay.
heartstone that you lost.
I didn't even realize I got a dagger. Okay, let me add that to my list here.
Yeah. But thankfully, somebody finally decided to give the order to continue on. Your ship didn't catch fire, and you left the burning vessel behind you. A little on into the night, up in the crow's nest, Pearl got a winged visitor as a seagull landed on the railing of your crow's nest, regurgitated a compass belonging to seemingly a captain of your grandfather's shipping company, but there was no name on the inside, though there was no damage noticed in here. There was no chips, nothing like that. But after you were given the compass, Seagull flew off out to sea and then promptly died. Not really sure what to make of it. Pearl decided to talk to Cannonball, who was having sort of a crisis in his chambers, since they were not even out to sea a day and had already come across the hag vessel. Afterwards, you went back up to the crow's nest to see if you can find anything in the direction that the seagull died, and you found what you saw kind of disturbed you, as it was what looked to be your mentor that was pulled out to sea by what you assume was a kraken. But just standing out there in the middle of the ocean, staring in the general direction of your ship, and then vanishing behind a wave as it came up over, blocking your vision.
Just to clarify, when I saw what I assumed was Vanfer, was he standing on the water or was he standing on something on the water?
From the point that you saw him at, it looked like he was just standing on the water itself.
Oh, I thought he was on like a piece of raft or something for some reason. Okay.
It could be, but from the angle that you saw him at, and from the distance, it looked like he was standing on the water itself.
Okay. Somehow that's less disturbing. And could I discern if he was dead or alive, or too far away? Just sort of, oh, look. Yeah. He was obviously still distinguishable to me as someone I knew.
He looked like the day that you were separated. No wounds or anything of that sort.
Okay. All right. Yeah, great. Thank you.
But as we pick up today, it is still the same night. Pearl, you are up in the crow's nest, staring in the direction of where Vanfer was, but is no longer.
Okay.
The rest, those of the crew that had been working shifts have been relieved for the night crew, which means, Shara, you are no longer at the helm. And I just need get some ambiance here. So while that is going on, in the captain's quarters, Rory, you have locked yourself in and instantly began tearing into one of those novels to see
Yeah.
what was in there.
I just flop on the bed, kick off my boots, get into something more comfortable and just kind of hop open light a
And
candle to
you
see.
start reading instantly, and it is, again, the definition of a trashy high seas romance novel, complete with the Fabio captain with the just shirtless, rippling muscles, wearing a kilt, long flowing blonde hair in the sea.
It's a bit derivative, but
And as you're reading it,
still good.
you kind of feel a little bit hazy. And then you could swear that you can smell the sea and the wind is in your hair. You can hear the seagulls flying by. And as you look around, you are now no longer on the Wanderer. You are topside next to where's his name? I had to grab a name from this list. Next to Captain Flint Ironstag.
No. Oh God.
Absolutely.
What a name.
Captain Flint Ironstag?
Yeah.
Or
Look, I could have called him Trunk Slam Chest.
You know
Might as
what?
well.
I'm not sure if that's actually worse.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
as you're trying to process what has happened, you can hear yourself reading the book in your mind. And as everything that you read on here happens, or like it is described, it happens in real time.
I think
And
maybe I fell asleep.
go
This
ahead and
is a weird
give me an Arcana roll.
It's a good roll. Okay. 21.
21. Trying to like peel your eyes away from the captain's physique and everything, and trying to process everything and why you're still on the ship, it snaps in your head. These books have been enchanted to allow the reader to physically experience everything that happens in the book.
Oh shit. Wow. All right. Do I have agency, or does my body move with whatever's happening in the story?
Your
as I read it?
body moves with whatever is happening in the story.
This is weird. This is a really weird feeling.
Like you have cognitive thought because your eyes are still on the words, obviously, because you can hear yourself reading it in your mind, but you feel everything as is described. You do everything that as is described.
I'm gonna go with this.
Okay.
And then she just goes like, she has this like it's underthought of like, this is fucking weird. I don't know if this is dangerous. He's pretty hot. Not fully my type usually, but it's been a while, so she just kind of keeps flipping the page.
Okay. And because it is trashy romance novels, I'm not going to get too much into detail, but we could
Right.
just fade to black with that.
Yep. Rory's having a good old time. She's an adult.
She's an adult. She can read trashy novels if she wants.
She's an adult and she's a magic adult, so she's just like, all right. We'll see how far this goes.
Okay.
Am I able to get out of the
Yeah,
after I kind of like get to a point where I'm like sleepy, like, or get past a really good part and choose to stop?
you
Am I able
pretty
to
much
stop?
have complete control of when you stop.
All right. I'm like, oh, it's getting to the drama part after the good stuff. Nah, I don't care. I set it down.
And as you said it, as you set the book down, you notice that all the good parts are tabbed.
Good book. And I just kind of pet its spine. Good book. Okay, we're gonna put you right there.
Okay.
I go to sleep very contented.
So while all of this, like, I'm going to say this was going on while the whole Pearl seeing dead people out in the ocean thing was happening.
Sure.
So
Rory
as we
has
bring,
no fucking clue.
yeah, Rory locked herself in there like the moment she got the books anyway. So as we come to like present time, Pearl, is there anything you are doing up in that crow's nest after you just saw what you saw?
Okay, how much longer do I have on a normal watch before I would be exhausted? Or like, oh no, let's rephrase it. How much longer remains on a normal watch for me at this point?
You would be relieved at this point in time. Like, the night crew would be taken over.
Okay, I mean, pulling out a periscope and having a look is probably not going to do anything, or an eye, like spyglass or anything at this point. Periscope was definitely not help. And pulling out like any kind of a scope or anything to see what's going on, I doubt would do anything for me. I think she's just going to rub her eyes, get down, turn over the watch. She didn't see any debris from any other ships, which she would have told Cannonball about because they would have been on alert, but she didn't see anything. I think she's going to head down to the galley and see if she can possibly find a tall glass of honey mead.
Oh, and you most definitely can. As you walk into the galley, it is completely set up. There are large casks in the back along one of the main walls to where everybody's walking up and helping themselves to different alcoholic beverages. There are tables strewn about for you and the crew to sit at. Bryant is behind the counter whisking something up.
I think what I'll do is just ask him if it's okay if I have just some honey mead, and if there's maybe a sandwich or some hot soup or something that I'd like something with it. I'm not trying to get drunk or anything, but I just really, I'm done for the day.
Yep. And he kind of nods like, I got you. Just go ahead and take a seat. I'll get somebody out there to you.
Okay.
And it takes maybe about 5-10 minutes, and Bryant walks out and he puts down like a nice hot bowl of soup with like a half sandwich next to it, and nice refreshing glass of honey mead.
Okay, there's one thing I would like to do. I want to take that compass out again and just have a look at it. Is the light better there than? Or
Yeah, it is.
Reasonably good light.
It is very well lit down here. Yeah.
Okay. Can I assess how old that particular compass is?
You can go ahead and give me. Do you have appraisal at all?
I was thinking I would be, for color, I would pull out a jeweler's.
Yeah, we can do that.
But I don't.
You most definitely could do that if you have skills like in jewel crafting or anything, or in metalworking.
No, I don't. That's the thing. I didn't go that route at all. Simply because of who Pearl is and what she had done. She realizes that she has no skills in that area, so she went with the herbalism kit and that sort of thing. So I'm just seeing what would appraisal fall under?
Intelligence.
She could give it a flat roll, I guess, and see. I don't know she would. No, that's a saving throw. That wouldn't help me. Could I justify perception, because I would probably have a sense of whether it was at least new or used, or no?
Yeah, you know what? Go ahead. You've been around these things enough. Your family has handed these out to every captain in existence in the company, so you've seen your fair share of these compasses before. So yeah, go ahead and do perception.
All right, let's just see. Oh boy. Even with a +6, it's 9. So
9.
it was a crab roll, so
You can't really get much of a determination on age itself, though from the looks of the silver bracketing and everything, and the lack of a name with the where the captain's name would be etched into the silver itself on the other side underside, you figure this thing isn't that old. It could even be brand new.
yeah, okay. So basically at this point, I'm going to kind of go, okay, maybe, I have an idea, but, I'll consider it reasonably lucky. And
You also notice that the needle on the compass is now pointing due east.
I take up my regular compass and compare them.
Your normal compass is pointing in a completely different direction. It's pointing north, the way the ship is facing.
Okay. I'm going to sort of, knock on the top of it and make sure the needle isn't stuck or anything.
And you do that, and it spins like twice, and then locks due east once again.
Okay. Good thing Pearl doesn't know anything about Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay.
Out to sea?
Out to sea. The direction that Pearl noticed Venfer standing on the ocean. He was out east from the ship.
Okay, I'll just make a mental note of this and something I would like to discuss with, the crew, but I can't see us changing course to go, at this point, given everything, I know realistically that we're not going to go, running after something I saw. So I will just hold my peace with it.
Okay.
Until I see someone I can talk, until the officers have a meeting and I'll mention all of this.
Yep. So yeah, that does bring up an important question I had. Does the crew have a morning officers meeting?
Yes.
Like, do you have an officers meeting scheduled every morning, just to go over, the plan of whatever's going on, if anything needs to be taken care of?
Rorid would want to.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right.
Because she understands like morale and people and wanting to, and she wants people, she knows that she needs, Rory's standpoint is like she knows she needs this group to become cohesive in order to be effective. And so
this is true.
She's aiming to make that happen. And group gatherings and collaboration of mind is one of the ways to build trust and build that. So I'd say she would be for instilling either morning or afternoon, because I know mornings can be kind of busy with the transition of crew, but whatever would make the most sense. I'd probably consult, with some of the more, with Bryant or with some of the more seasoned deck hands to see like what times they've seen officers in other voyages kind of gather together, like what would make sense. If morning makes the most sense, then that's what she'd pick.
Okay. And Brian, like, I'll also say we retcon this, because I meant to ask this before and I didn't. Brian's told you that he's seen both captain and crew, or captain and officers, meet in mornings and at night.
Okay.
Like, it varies from crew to crew.
So we'll do mornings.
Okay. So while Pearl is looking at their strange compass and enjoying their meal down in the galley, and Rory is knocked out in the captain's quarters, what are the rest of you up to? I know Cannibal is down in the down in his room having a bit of a crisis.
We may or may not be praying.
I think Shara, she'd have grabbed a drink, but headed straight for like the the crew bunk area to claim her spot in the area.
Okay.
Get there before everyone else. Find the nicest hammock or whatever we've got, and claim it as hers. And she just kind of hang out there until she falls asleep.
Okay. And when you go into the crew's quarters, you notice that there is quite a bit of room in here because you are not operating at a full crew. You've got 10 people who would be calling this place home. And it's about the size for 30.
Okay, so what she's gonna do then, since there's a bit of space here, do we have cots or do we have like hammocks?
They're hammocks, very nice hammocks, but still hammocks. But each of the hammocks have their own footlocker.
She will look for one that is set up kind of in a corner type area with a porthole so she can see outside. And she's going to take all the hammocks down that are immediately around that one. And then she's going to take her axe and she's going to, our fancy new ship, she's going to slam it into the ground and carve a square on the floor around that area where her hammock is. That's like the space of that and the hammocks that she took down. So it's a fairly large space. And now it's very obviously marked as a designated
Give
space.
me an intimidation roll.
What a time to get a nat 20. By intimidation is only a +1, so that's a 21.
So you do this while everybody is up in the galley enjoying meals. And the day crew, or those who have a bit of time to catch some shut-eye, have come down and they've seen what you've done. And you notice a lot of them start to like open their mouths to say something, but then something just like clicks in their head that maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should just let, the big shark lady have her privacy.
Wise move.
The two Hakarl that are on the ship kind of notice what you did, and they do the exact same thing. So like you've got like the back part of the quarters is now like the Hakarl zone. You all have your own little square cordoned off, and it's gone from being able to house 30 crew members down to 20 because of how many hammocks and everything you've taken down.
I watch them as they're doing exactly what I just did, and I wait until we all like lock eyes with each other, and I just give them an approving nod.
And they just happily lounge back in the cots that they've got and just start swinging along. While it's a bit intimidating at first, the rest of the crew kind of just like warms up to the fact there's plenty of room for everybody here. They figure once they get 30 people, those new people can knock heads with each other to decide the sleeping arrangements. But for now, plenty of room still full of everyone. So no need to, rock the boat. No pun intended.
Would Pearls be down with that crew?
If Pearl chose to, there are personal quarters given to each of you since you are officers. So like each of you have your own personal quarters that you can go to, much like Cannonball did.
Okay.
Because since you're the ship officers quarters have been assigned to you. It just seems like Shar is a bit more comfortable with just resting with the rest of the crew.
She's used to being a grunt.
Okay. So, just for clarification, like in the the smaller officers' quarters, do we there'd be a small bed or a bed?
Yeah, there would be a bed and a writing desk and a larger foot locker for your personal supplies, as well as
Oh, wow.
like a dresser or an armoire for your clothing, and pretty much more than just what a typical grunt would get.
Okay.
Or you could be like Char and make your own room. What about Mir? What is Mir doing?
Muir, I assume, has actual quarters.
Yes.
Okay. In which case, he is going to. He's going to resign himself to those. Do I have a window of any breed that I can see out of?
What's that?
Do I have a window?
Yes. Yes. All
and
of
the
the
better question is, can I see what was where the burning wreckage was of what we had to deal with?
You could see the smoke from the burning wreckage that you had to deal with. With the way that the ship is pointed, the only way that you would get the full view of it is if you were to go topside and look out the back of the ship.
Honestly, he's going to be sitting on the back of the ship then, and basically just watching it on the horizon.
Okay. And you sit there for maybe an hour before the ship finally goes down. Because you could see the flicker of flames off on the horizon, and the black plume of smoke coming up off of it, but sooner or later the fire dies down as you assume the boat has finally sank into the ocean.
I'm just going to make sure there's nothing there after the fact and just leave it at that and head down to my quarters.
Okay. Cannonball, are you doing anything else? Are you just in prayer and panic for the remainder of the night?
I mean, let's just say that any form of sleep I would be having after that would probably be extremely disturbed and probably fraught with nightmares.
Yep, which was something I was going to ask you to do. Can you give me a wisdom saving throw?
Absolutely.
Good old nightmares. They will mess you up.
Give me 1 second, please. Clearly, I misplaced my dice.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
that's something you never want to hear.
I know, I had it 2 minutes ago, too. There we go. 1 sec. We're good. All right, let me roll that. Ooh. Wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
That is naturally a 17. If we add wisdom to it, that is a... +1. So that is an 18.
Okay. So while the nightmares do come throughout your sleep, it isn't enough to rob you of enough sleep to levy any points of exhaustion or anything. It's still a bit disturbing, but it's kind of a night where you're just used to this. You sort of know going into rest, if you've experienced any sort of trauma like this, the nightmares are probably going to be waiting for you when you close your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So while they do come and they are disturbing, you don't lose much sleep over it. Maybe a little tired in the morning, but not enough to get exhaustion.
Very good.
Okay.
So yeah, that'll be it for him. He's definitely just gonna have to sleep this off, unfortunately.
Alrighty. So night passes. Everyone gets a nice, relaxing sleep on your brand new ship. Excuse me. And you are woken by first bell, signaling the crew with morning detail to wake up and get to work, signaling the captains that it's time for your captains or the officers the time for the meeting in the captain's quarters, and the start of a brand new day is upon you.
I look for Esteban.
And Esteban is You walk out and onto the deck from the captain's quarters, and Esteban is kind of like rubbing the sleep out of his eyes and stretching and putting on like a new red shirt, just getting ready for the new day. Look, you guys designate him a red shirt. That you've already sealed that man's fate.
Okay.
No, our captain sealed his fate.
I'm gonna give him, I kind of slap him on the shoulder, and I'd like to sleight of hand so that the other crewmen don't see, but I want him to notice that I'm giving him 5 gold pieces.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand roll here.
Okay. Dice, you're being beautiful today. That's going to be a 23.
A 23, and you kind of slap him on the shoulder, and he kind of like looks at you knowingly because he could feel the coins pressed against his arm or against him, and he kind of just like quickly like brushes his hand over like right as you move yours, and he just cups the coins and slides them into a pouch on like inside of his shirt.
And I just tell him, do me a favor, Esteban. Could you gather up some breakfast items and have them brought to the captain's quarters, please, for our officers' meeting? Also, good work yesterday.
Oh, thank you, Captain. If I remember correctly, Bryant is already on his way to serve the officers' breakfast.
Perfect. Lovely. Thank you. I'll carry on with your duties.
Nods and heads off to the one of the sail riggings as he is stationed there today. But one after another, you all begin to file into the captain's quarters. Rory, do you want to describe how your quarters look? Or
yeah. If I have a choice in it, I guess.
Yeah.
If they gave me like options of choice while they were fixing things up, and it would be a lot of maroon and purple undertones to it. So like the curtains are like a maroon color, and the bedspread's sort of like this deep purple, and she has this sort of like exotic looking rug from some other place that's probably fake, but it's a good knockoff. And she's got a bottle of wine on the table that's popped open from the night before. She's got bookshelves, a couple of bookshelves, and she's got a few of her own texts that she brought with her up there, along with the smutty books, clearly in plain sight. She has a large chest at the end of her bed that's got a lock on it. She has her wardrobe in there that's probably a little bit larger than the ones in the other rooms, maybe a little bit more ornate, has some like fake gold painted edging to it, and sort of a little bit of a swirl design, swooping, lots of swoops. No lace. I picture the curtains being more of like a velvet, like more of like a heavy fabric. And she probably has I picture like a little mini bar like type area.
of course, the captain has to have their own private stash.
Yeah. So she's got like a bottle of rum and some other things, but mostly wine.
Okay.
And obviously I pictured the like at the back, because it's the captain's quarters are at the back, right? So like the whole side is like windows, right? Towards
Yeah,
the back,
it's like the back and like about a good half of the side wall of the captain's quarters is just like one continuous like well, not really continuous, but it's like pane of windows.
Yeah, so she's got the curtains drawn back and tied up, and the walls are fairly bare right now, but she plans on changing that when she can. collecting things as they go. And I think that trying to think if we had anything that I could use as like a souvenir from our first adventure. I don't know if anyone saved one of the fake coins or trying to think of what
They were all confiscated from
they
me.
were all confiscated. That's right. Yeah, so I guess I don't have anything up on the walls yet. There would be a large table where her wine glasses and the bottle of the wine she has, set that aside. She moves that over and unravels this big map that Janka supplied to her for the morning meetings. And so she'll have that out, and she has the our current route kind of lightly marked in, and also had Janka mark where they found the Sea Hag's boat on the map. So that's been marked. And I think she'd have like trying to think of what else would be in there. That gives you kind of a good idea for now,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So
It paints a good picture of the inside of the quarters.
yeah.
Okay. So go ahead.
Oh, is the map big enough that like it could have like a war map, like little miniature versions of our ship and other ships and so on and so forth on it, or is it smaller than that, or would that be
I would
something?
imagine it'd be like pretty big, right?
Yeah, I would assume that it's like
the main
world map size. So yeah, it's definitely big enough for you to be able to put different markers on there. And if you look underneath the table, you see that one of the possums has hand carved different shapes and everything. So you've got your ship on there, but then there's other ships underneath, and there's ones for like islands, and you see like there's a couple like tentacles that you could put up on there and make it look like a giant octopus or something is coming out. But you've got like
Rory 100% while she's waiting for people to come in is playing with that. So you come in and the map has like a few tentacles around it in random places, and our ship is in the position where she thinks they're currently at, but I imagine that when Janka walks in, she's going to pointedly move it over to the actual position it needs to be. But but yeah, Rory's just kind of like having fun placing tentacles in weird ships.
Okay. And I think like after like you get like everything all detailed on there, everyone starts to file on in. Bryant's the first one in, as he's there with a couple crew members as they're setting up a few like a side table with for like the trays of food and like the drink and everything. And he kind of once they're all set up, he remains just in case like you need him for anything, or if he needs to provide
He was
insight.
invited. He
What's
was
that?
100% invited.
Okay, so he is considered an officer.
She considers him such.
Okay. And then a couple minutes later, everyone else starts filing on in for the meeting.
Good morning.
So,
Morning.
how was everyone's first night?
Rory blushes a little bit and tries to hide it.
Brian has like a very confused look on his face as he doesn't really understand what's going on.
I think I had a bit too much wine last night. Did anyone hear any odd sounds, by the way, coming out of my room by any chance?
Sounds like what?
Just any weird...
Like, could you like maybe mimic them for us?
She gets like very stone-faced for a moment, but her cheeks get a little bit more red until she kind of controls herself and just any weird sounds, really, you wouldn't normally hear coming from like any just sort of distressed sounding sounds. Or
Were you distressed last night?
I had some dreams, that's all. I just was wondering if those dreams ended up waking anybody.
Perhaps we should station somebody right outside your door so they can keep a very close ear on whatever's happening inside.
I don't think I'm that concerned about it, really. It's nothing. Forget I
It's
asked.
good to be cautious, Captain.
Clearly, no one heard anything, right? So,
No,
it's
nothing.
fine. Bryant, what'd you bring to drink?
Well, because it is the morning, I've
Mhm.
got coffee, I've got juices, and I do have a bit of a light rum for any of those who prefer it. Not enough to get you drunk, but just in
Enough
case,
to wake you up.
just in case anybody needs a little bit of like the hair of the dog to get through
me a-
anything from last night.
Give me a Hakarl coffee, please.
Okay.
It's like an Irish coffee.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, I he just doesn't even question it, gets up and starts like, you see that he gets, you know, a cup of coffee and he puts a little bit of cream in it, and then there's like a hefty serving of rum, and he kind of just like shakes it up and brings it on over to you.
It's perfect. Thanks.
Would
So-
would Pearl have been in the captain's quarters before we moved onto the ship?
Yes, you would have been in there when you did your once over of the area to make sure that everything looked correct.
Okay. At that point, would Rory have put her personal belongings on the ship or no?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, like personal belongings and everything would be something that would have been placed once you guys actually got onto the ship and set sail.
Okay. So even if something was different or she'd added something, I really wouldn't.
Not really.
I wouldn't know. Okay, fine.
Little pair
So-
of paws just come up over the table, grab a mug, and take it down.
Oh, here, you can sit on this. That way we're all kind of.
Oh yeah, everybody is like in a seat designed specifically for them, so they're all at like equal height on the table.
I believe in equity.
And
On the same height.
Bryant comes around. He serves each of you like a breakfast stew, and then like a couple sides of bacon, and there's breakfast biscuits for anyone who wants it, and all given your drink of choice for the morning. And after he's served you all, he kind of takes a seat, and he's got his own serving, and he just sits there and watches to see how everybody handles themselves as first day officers.
All right. Everyone grab something to eat. And then I'd like a report on how last night went before you all went off shift, and how the day went. Anything else significant to occur after our little dead person encounter?
You mean the hag?
Well, I just didn't want to say that. It seemed like some of you were a little sensitive to that, so I thought maybe we would say,
Oh.
dead person. Since it's in the past, they're burned, they're gone.
A hag be a hag, matey, and they should all burn.
Very well. The burned
That
dead
being
hag.
said, I did make sure I was watching until the smoke disappeared last night.
Lovely. Good call. Nothing, no strange movement on the ship afterwards.
Nope, nothing crawling up the side of the ship or anything.
Perfect. Sounds lovely. Anything else of note happen over the night or into the night before heading off to your sleeps?
There was a couple things. The Crow's Nest got to be a real bit of a busy place.
Oh,
Well, first of all, a seagull landed on the Crow's Nest railing,
Not
which
unusual.
is not that unusual, but as seagulls go, I've seen a lot. This one almost seemed to have a personality, which was kind of unusual. And then it proceeded to cough up this, and she holds up a compass.
Literally cough up?
Gonna
literally
hold my
cough up.
hand out.
Ugh.
Will you let
Which,
her Rory
which
touch it?
yeah. I'd like it back though, please.
Of course.
So a couple things about this. One is this looks essentially the same as the ones that my grandfather gives out to his captains when they take their first commission.
Looks like or
So,
is?
okay, I'm not going to say is. I'm not a goldsmith or,
Mm.
a jeweler, but to me, if it's not one of them, it's a pretty fine imitation.
Mm.
But it's a gold, as far as I can tell, it's a gold spar metalworks captain's compass. Uh, Looked fine, compared it to my compass. Thought it was kind of odd, so I did disturb um, the first mate, Cannonball, to just get his take on it. Also because he, is sort of handling the armaments and so on. I was thinking that perhaps the captains aren't usually willing to part with these. It's kind of a treasured thing to have one. So my immediate thought was that the ship had encountered some sort of misfortune and gone down, and that was how the seagull came to have it. Um, so
Heavy for a seagull normally,
well,
isn't it?
yeah, that's why I say the whole thing with the seagull is odd. But anyway, so Cannonball suggested I look for debris or anything from a destroyed vessel or something. Perhaps it was a vessel that encountered the hag and lost the fight. But didn't see anything. However, as I was, and the compass matched my compass, like the directions. We figured it was okay. Um, so then I went back up to finish my watch, and I mean, it was a long day, and the hag whole thing was off-putting for sure. But I would have sworn that I saw my druid mentor, Vanfer, standing on the ocean. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. It looked for all the world like him, but I mean, the ocean can play tricks, and he was out to the east, and I mean, I'm certain, and that he was there. A swell came up, went down, and then he was gone. Um,
What do you
so
feel?
I
Do you
kind
did it feel familiar? Like, did you feel a
I
sense of this
didn't
person
really
or?
feel anything. It was just sort of, oh look, there's no, it can't be.
Huh.
Um, so I let that go, and then I went down, and was having a bite to eat, and I I had seen this off to the east. I looked at the compass, and the compass is pointing east. I pulled up my compass. My compass is pointing north. Smacked the um, gold gold spar compass a couple times. Needle spins around. I thought maybe it was stuck. It goes back. It's pointing east again, which was coincidentally where that the seagull had kind of come from that way, and then sort of thought I saw Vanfer that way, and yeah, here we are with. I mean, nothing has happened, but I've got these two compasses now pointing in different directions. I trust mine, of course, but I don't quite.
Estione, where is the other compass pointing at the current moment?
Yeah,
My
I'm gonna place the compass that she handed me. I'm placing it on the map next to probably my own compass that's on the map currently.
So as you place your compass down, it's still rocking a little bit, but it's still pointing in the northern direction that the ship is sailing. But the other compass is just dead east. And you could see that the needle itself is sort of now in almost like an agitated vibrating state.
Rory just smirks and it slowly turns into a grin. We gotta go east. I mean, aren't you curious? sure there are stories of, people seeing things, hallucinations out on sea, but we haven't been out to sea that long. What
I
she
did have
saw,
a really bad day yesterday.
bad or, I mean, it's a mentor of yours. Do you trust them?
Uh, well, no, actually, it was just the whole. It was a weird seagull. I mean, like he does this whole thing. He looks perfectly fine. He takes off. He flies. I'm watching him fly. All of a sudden, bam! He drops dead into the water.
Okay, yeah, that's concerning.
Probably should have led with that.
Yeah, that changes things a bit.
Well, I mean, I kind of thought, well, I mean, it was maybe he was overstrained or overstressed or something. I mean, maybe that was that was as far as he got. Rested on the ship, threw up a compass, and it was just all too much for him.
Or it was already
I mean,
dead and being animated.
birds die all the time.
That's not helping the case of following where the compass is pointing.
Or it was
No,
being mind controlled and then deemed finished with its task. And
Still not helping.
I mean, the fact we found a sea hag is, obviously kind of concerning that this, if, I mean, that doesn't sound very nice. Like, they could have let the seagull just keep flying unless it was already dead, and they just released it from its duty. That's still a bit dubious. I'm still very curious, and we can put it up to a vote if others are too, but, I mean, this compass is very agitated, wanting to go east. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we could find great treasure and value, maybe something meaningful to Pearl, or we
Yes.
could find that. Yes, that is definitely a possibility. I've heard rumors and tales of strange beasts at sea, which is
Possibly figuratively or literally.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's beasts and stuff for sure, but there is also, this like endless storm encircling us. We got to steer clear of that. If
Oh, we
if we
won't
go
go
in
anywhere.
there, we're gonna, die.
We won't go anywhere close to the storm. The storm's way out here. She points along the map, and Janka pointedly moves her hand again. I bet, like to the
Yeah,
actual
you're
section where
you're
it
like
is.
way out here, and your finger is just like right smack dab in like the what is it called, the over like in the crone's cauldron, and Jenka kind of takes your hand and points it back over to like almost right next to Terramir.
Right over there.
Right. So if we do go chasing this rogue compass, which I mean, making up a nightmare right there. But if we do, how far are we willing to go?
I mean, look at this thing. It's freaking out. I feel like that means it's close.
Yeah, there's like an audible noise. It's like every now and then the point on the compass is kind of like making contact with the glass of the compass itself. Also, before we go any further, I want to say thank you to the two channels that rated us, Escalia and Robbie Landis. Thank you so much for those raids. Everyone, welcome on into our chaos.
I mean, if you think that there's a chance, any chance at all, that we might be able to make some money by following this,
Of course,
then
there's a chance to make money. There's an adventure. Nobody who hasn't risked anything has ever become anything. I mean, think of what we could find. Think of the stories.
You could also find a druid who fancies himself a bit of a jokester and thought it would be really fun to do this.
Yeah, what if this is some druid magic trying to draw Pearl forward to help?
If my mentor's doing that, he doesn't need my help. I would be no match for anything that he could do.
I say we're due for a little adventure. Let's take her out for a bit of a spin. We won't go out too far. Look at this thing. It's about ready to just jump out the window itself.
How about this? If it's that agitated, shouldn't we be able to just look out east and see something? And if we can't see something,
Then it's under the water. And we
well,
go.
ah,
Oh, where's your backbone? Where's that adventurous spirit, all?
I traveled on merchant vessels. We did not get distracted. We went from A to B. We delivered what was put on board, and we went to where we were told to go
Oh,
to.
yawn. Okay. You can't tell me you didn't crave more in your life, that you knew you were meant for more. Your
Uh,
power is great. Why not stretch it?
I would be personally, I would be keen to be staying on course and see what the compass does. If it starts pointing a little more south, I mean, we have one compass pointing one direction. We can't even triangulate on that.
Well, if you all are too scared to make money.
Ow.
Well,
Well,
hold on. I said I was on board if it was going to make us some money. I got some debts to pay. To you, Captain.
You do.
But I'm not so much on board with the whole maybe it's in the water thing. There are some...
Oh, Carl, not wanting to jump in the
Listen.
water?
I love
Eve
the
clearly.
water. The water's my home. But there's some scary shit in that water when we get too far away from these islands.
And
Alright.
Bryant kind of nods. This is true, but we're not too far out. I mean, there may be a couple larger sea creatures down there, but nothing like a hydra or a dragon turtle or anything like that. We're far too inland for that.
Alright, how about this? If it's in the water, I'm down to go in the water, but when we kind of cross the halfway point between, the islands and the storm, anything beyond that point, no going in the water.
Of course.
Wise advice.
oh, Cannonball, you've been at sea for a very long time. Have you ever seen anything or heard of anything like this?
Ye be talking about the compass, ye be talking about the sea monsters, or ye be talking about what exactly? There's about 18 subjects to this conversation.
It's true. There is quite a
Let's
lot covered.
start with
It's
the
broad.
compass, which you saw yesterday because I brought it to you, and it wasn't doing this.
Well, that means clearly, matey, if it's changed its behavior, then it's reacting to something.
Something valuable, maybe.
When did it start behaving that way, matey? After you
Well-
saw your mentor?
Well, I mean, I put it away. I was doing my watch. I went down after my watch, which was after I had seen my mentor, to have something to eat, and I thought I would take out that compass and see if there was something I'd missed. Kind of get a, was it an old compass? Was it a new compass? Didn't have much luck with that, other than it's not engraved, so I don't know whose it was. Or, I mean, maybe my grandfather just felt, maybe he sent some kind of special seagull out, got a magician or something he knew to send it out to find me, so I'd know that he knew that I was okay. I mean, I
But
don't.
did you tell him you were leaving? Would
Oh,
he have known
no.
that fast?
No.
So,
Yeah, I think he thinks I'm dead on the dock.
I'm sorry. But
I was told I couldn't say anything to anybody, so.
it's true.
But maybe, I mean, if it's a magic seagull, maybe it was just sort of to fly around until it found me. And if it didn't find me, maybe it had to go all the way back carrying
We
that
could
compass.
sit
Poor
here
bird.
and
But
spin in the ifs and the maybes about magic. The possibilities are endless, or we could find out.
Ye seem to be quite eager, Captain. Quite the
I
change of
am.
attitude from being a, how should I put it, overly careful goody two shoes.
I don't think I've ever been a goody two shoes. That is a very highly inaccurate description of me.
Well, the
I'm
overly
a
careful part being
professional.
not inaccurate.
I'm a professional. But I'm a storyteller too. And information is my currency. And something like this sounds like very interesting information.
Well, this be the high seas, matey. Make sure your eagerness does not get ye killed or worst.
Of course, which is why I have you officers to keep everything in line. So I won't do anything, I'm not going to make any unilateral decisions. We're a committee. I just wanted to point out the possible boons to following such a venture. Ultimately, the decision comes to a group vote. And I think it's time for that. So,
I haven't heard from Muir. I'd like to know what Muir thinks, being from the Feywild and all. Slightly different perspective, perhaps.
Well, not eager to die. Money's nice. I'm stuck between my two favorite things, money and murder.
well, let's bring it to a vote. I am 100% on board with whatever decision the group comes to. Majority will rule. Or if you choose, what do we think? This is sort of our first big decision as a group, right? Do we need to all come to, do we want it to be unanimous or do we want to go majority? Let's decide that first.
I think majority, if we go for unanimous, we're probably going to be here all day.
This is a good point. I like that.
Let me make it quite simple, Captain. Ye be the captain, ye make the decisions, ye hold the responsibility of said decisions. As ye said earlier, it's all about the equity. Ye pay me, I do as I be told. Now, if you'll excuse me, Captain, I do have a crew to go and, well, supervise.
And so, on that note, Cannonball will, salute the captain here, stand up, and say,
Me vote here matters not.
It
Making
does,
sure the
though.
crew is doing their job does.
and he'll actually walk out of the room.
You see Bryant kind of gives a slight nod to Cannonball as like he understands how normally the ship politics work. As
He's gonna take some work.
Bryant looks over to you, he's like, well, he does have a point. Normally captain points us in whatever direction we're going to go and we do what the captain wants. Normally the captain has the crew's best interest in mind, but at the same time, if you're looking to make a profit, exploring is your best bet. Unless you're looking to turn to piracy, because I don't really see a merchant company in any of our futures.
All right. Do you all feel the same way? Or would you like to have your voice heard? I mean, you've told me your views on it. Cannonball seems to be more of the cautious side, so I'll take his view of caution into consideration if you do want me to decide. But it's not necessarily the type of leader the ship... That's not how things have to be. I value your opinions.
Well, when you're in debt, like I am currently, you don't really have the luxury of caution when it comes to making money. So, if we're voting, my vote is to follow the compass to a certain point. If we're not voting, then I'm with whatever decision you make, Captain.
Mir?
I'm of the same mind. If
Noted.
that's your decision, that's what we do.
Pearl?
I totally agree with what Cannonball's saying because that's how ships work. But my only cautionary note would be that Vanfer wasn't a rich druid, and I don't know that material wealth was his uppermost goal in his existence. So if he's tied to the compass, I don't know that there's a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. But
It's a good point.
the compass may not be tied to him. I don't know that.
Counterpoint would be this is arcane, clearly. An arcane compass tells me it points to something arcane. And arcane is always worth money.
Yeah, I mean, not to be like insensitive or anything, but you could probably pawn the compass itself for a pretty decent amount of gold.
Sure, I could spin a tale like they would believe there was a king's ransom under the sea.
Excuse me, it's my compass.
Right. Here.
Just saying.
So if you did want to sell it,
No.
it's a possibility.
No.
Then let's find out what it connects to. Thank you all for your opinions. I think it's about time we got to positions, and Pearl, why don't you help Shara plot a course using the compass, and let's see where it leads.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
gonna be weird. I can't really rely on the ship's compass, can I?
No.
Okay.
Bryant,
Yes.
could you pass along word to the crew that we may be approaching something lucrative, but possibly dangerous soon?
That I can.
Thank you.
They'll hear lucrative and wave off dangerous. They know how this all works out.
Just make sure they're armed.
Oh, all of them are armed.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, let's get going.
All right. So as the officers' meeting ends, everyone heads out and takes their positions on the ship. Thankfully, the compass, the silver compass, will point you in the direction that you need to go. So as like you begin to turn the ship and everything, it begins to point east. It kind of levels out with you. But I do need a vehicle roll from the helm, just to ensure that no mistakes are made and the ship
So-
doesn't capsize.
This, I assume, will not be counting the +2 from having a plotted course, because we're clearly going off course at the moment.
Technically, you would still get it because the compass is showing you the way.
Okay, I'll take it.
It's not necessarily plotted for like via navigation, but you're following the compass, so that +2 would still fall into it.
By the way, I wrapped the doppel, what is it called again? The Doppler skin dress. I'm gonna wrap it around my waist like a sash,
Okay.
so that I have it on me if I need it.
Okay. So it's kind of like, it's just like around your, it's like you're sort of wearing it. You've got it wrapped around your waist, and you've got the armor over it. Or are you?
You know how like you would wear like a little sash around, your waist,
Yeah,
pirate
yeah.
style.
Okay.
It's sort of like I've rolled it and folded it in a way that doesn't look super weird.
Gotcha.
But it looks more like a white. I'm wearing a white sash.
Okay. Definitely something you can do.
I rolled a 19.
19. Perfect. So you're able to easily just turn this ship and begin heading due east. And the moment that you do, the compass sort of relaxes as it's no longer agitatedly vibrating or anything like that. And I'm just going to move you over to the next square on the world map. You're not necessarily there completely. You sail for about an hour before you notice the compass start to like violently spin.
I would like to be at the helm as well with them.
Of course.
And would I be up in the crow's nest again then?
If you wish to be in the crow's nest, yes.
Yeah. Because that does give us, or give Shara a bonus, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
When Pearl is there, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when the compass starts to spin, I'll just kind of look over at Rory.
And as
Orders.
yeah, I was gonna say, as that happened, both Muir and Cannonball, as you're on the deck itself, one of the crewmen point out something floating in the water, as it's just like a large side of a ship. And you can't
So you
really
mean, like, a chunk of a
chunk of a ship is kind of just like
something?
floating by you.
Well, there be the debris we were talking about.
That ominous.
In some ways, that's maybe a good thing.
You can't. You're in the crow's nest. You
Oh,
can't
yeah.
talk.
Sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
But I see the
Stay in your
compass
crow's
spinning,
nest.
and I'm gonna call orders to drop anchor or like halt the boat,
Okay.
Captain,
drop sails, whatever you ship things need to be happen and make
The
it stop.
opposite of
Put it in
dropping
park.
sails.
Put it in park.
Cannonball is definitely gonna make sure that the crew here is alert and on edge.
Yep. And you can, like, as soon as you sound that, you see a couple of them pulling back the hammers on their pistols and making sure that their swords easily slide out of the scabbards if they need them. But all crew is at attention at the moment as the sails are pulled up and the anchor is dropped. As you are now sitting still in the water, the piece of ship kind of like clunking against your boat.
I'd like to take a look at it, at least from the edge of the ship, and see if there's any clear markings of what damaged it or broke it apart.
From where you're at, okay, yeah, you can most of them do that. Give me a investigation roll.
Like, are the edges smooth? Are the edges rough? Does it look like cannonballs, or does it look like something else broke it? You know, that sort of stuff.
Giant teeth marks.
So that is a 16 plus, I believe it's intelligence, so that's a flat 16 then.
A flat 16. You notice that around the edges of this chunk, the wood itself has been splintered and blackened. Though not from like a cannon shot, as it looks like the majority of the damage is would be on the backside of this piece of wood, almost as if something hit the ship from the inside and blew this out.
Huh. Seems like an accident with their own gunpowder store. Or explosives or something.
Or sabotage. But the point is, it blew up from the inside, right?
Still pays to keep an eye out for sails.
Does anyone say anything?
Seems like their ship was scuttled, Captain. Still, anybody who scuttles a ship does not want to go down with it. I recommend keeping an eye out for any sails.
That being said, how choppy / clear is the water?
The water itself it doesn't have that much chop today. As far as the water, this is tropical waters, so you can see a bit. If you took time to like look at the water, you can maybe get a glimpse of a decent way down.
Can Pearl do a sort of a 360 scan with her spyglass to
Yep.
see if she sees anything? That
Sure.
would be what?
Perception.
Perception, okay.
What'd you get, Mir?
Oh, you want an actual perception?
Yeah, if you like, if you want to like see if you can't get a glimpse of anything.
15.
15. Pearl, what'd you get?
12.
All right, horizon around you guys in a full 360 is clear. Mirror for a moment as like the waves are slowly rolling, you can swear that you see a large hunk of ship down near the bottom.
I have an absolutely stupid idea.
I love it.
It might actually work.
We like those, matey.
Is Mirror saying that out loud?
Does anyone happen to have a spyglass handy?
Here.
Preferably not yours.
Rude.
Esteban walks
You
over
might
and
want it back.
Esteban walks over and hands
Oh.
you a spyglass.
What are you gonna do with it? Doesn't look like there's anything. on
I'm
the
going
horizon.
to Cannonball. Don't let me fall, please.
No promises, matey, but here you go.
And I am going to very carefully lower myself over the edge of the ship.
If you're gonna be about to go over the edge, give me 1 second. I just want to double check something. I might have something for you here.
I like having things for me when I'm about to do something dumb.
Yeah. No. Give me a minute here. I just want to double
He's
check.
got a
real quick.
little bunny-sized harness for you.
I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure you can put spider climb on someone else, not just on yourself. You could probably just walk right off the edge of the ship.
I think it's a touch spell, not a self spell.
Well, that's
Correct.
convenient.
Yes, it is a touch. So
Well, in that case,
either you or one willing creature gains the ability to move up and down and across vertical surfaces or upside down along ceilings while leaving its hands free.
Should ye be willing, matey, ye can walk straight off the keel without swimming.
that would be lovely.
we will use a spell slot, and we will put spider climb on Muir.
Okay.
Muir? Sorry, I'm
Muir.
butchering the name. Muir. Sorry. Yes.
I
I'll
am
get it
then
right one
going
day.
to take the spyglass and basically shrink it down so the magnification isn't as high as it needs
Extreme.
to be. Walk over to the edge of the water while standing on the side of the boat, apparently. Stick the spyglass in the water and look through it. I now have a clear surface without water chop.
Nice. So with that, I'm not even going to make you roll. So you do this and you look down into and with the magnification, you can see down onto the floor of this area. And you see that there is most definitely a ship down here, cleaved in two, with the backside of the ship having a large hole down near the base, almost as if something had exploded outward.
Probably around where the hold on the ship would be, right?
Pretty much. But
How far down are we talking?
That was my question.
going down, you're probably looking a good 60, 70 feet. And you notice that a little bit of ways from the ship is like this disjointed pile of metal and coin and chests and everything all just piled together.
Good news.
Yep.
There's a
Oh,
ship.
Cannonball was just gonna yell overboard.
What do ye see, matey?
Yep. We kind of
Um,
gathered that much.
What's left of the ship, and a large pile of sparkling objects. Oh, about
Lovely.
70 feet down.
Okay. right. We need to gather up a diving crew.
May I make a recommendation, Captain?
Yes. Please.
Points to Cannonball, and points to Shara.
I'll be joining as well.
The chests down there look like they can hold... Do they look like they can hold most of it? Like the chest just burst open and everything was there? Or Are we talking
these chests are
extraneous extras?
there are closed chests, there are open chests that sort of like spilt over, and there's just like extra everything kind of just strewn about.
It
Would
might take a few trips, but if we brought up some of the sealed chests, we might be able to empty them and then send the empty ones back down to be refilled.
Good suggestion.
If
Bring everything up. We've got the rope.
you want to
We've
bring,
got all the pulleys. It'll just take a little bit of time.
if you want to take more, I can grant a couple of you water breathing.
Well, now isn't that handy?
Bryant is saying that.
Yeah.
You are.
Suggestion,
full
though,
of such
Captain, we
beautiful
might want to
surprises.
leave a few capable hands on deck.
Not to mention a commanding officer with them, Captain.
Also, a good point.
If you're looking to go
The
down,
captain doesn't get to leave the ship.
if you're
Right.
looking to go down with it, I have experience with all these fine sailors. I would take control of the ship while you're down there.
That's what I was going to suggest. I would like to come with. I can, and she motions to her sash. This will be helpful. Or he could cast water breathing, but I think I'd like to have teeth. So I'll go with option A. Although Muir, that would be useful for you if you would like to come. But everyone hold. Let's go
I'm
down
okay
about
staying up here.
your choice. But once I'd like to go down until we're about 30 feet away from the ship, and then let me do something and wait for my signal. And I'll kind of motion like, if I do this, that means let's continue. If I do this, like hold, that means just wait a moment. And if I point up, that means we need to head back up. Understood?
Got it.
All right.
Um,
Who's with me?
would I be able to ask if we can see what the name on the ship was?
Good question. I mean, I had a
Um,
good look at it.
From what you could see, you don't really, from where you're at and the way that the ship parts, I should say, are angled into the bottom or into the seafloor at this time, you can't see a name.
Considering they're usually the names of ships of that period are usually stamped on the back. Yeah, probably not easily.
I am perfectly comfortable in the water. If you want me to come, I can.
I think we need at least 4 or 5 for the dive crew.
But it sounds like we've got 4.
I mean, I'm sure second mate Jenka can hold the fort if we all want
This
to
is
go down.
true. If you all want to go down, I forgot Jenka's still on the ship, so
Yeah. Yeah. You sure you don't want to come? We could use your strength.
Oh, why not?
Well, as I said before, matey, last one in be the rotten kraken. And
So-
Cannonball's just gonna jump off the edge.
Remember
feet
to
first.
wait for my signal.
can Cannonball breathe water?
Yes, and I've got a
Okay.
movement speed of 40 in the
Oh,
water,
that's right.
actually.
That's right, because of your background. I just wanted to make sure. So those of you who can't breathe water,
Rory's
Um,
hurriedly taking off the sash and putting on the dress.
Bryant-
And thinking about the Carl she turned into last time.
Bryant casts water breathing on those of you who cannot breathe water.
That's just Mirror, right?
I am going to grab a set of what I assume we would probably have cargo nets.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You have cargo
I'm
nets.
going
You
to
have
grab a
winches. You have
couple
everything like that.
cargo nets and the associated amount of rope, hand half of it to Dara, and say we're going to need these.
I ask Bryant to give, and Jenka to give orders to the crew to prepare like a pulley system above.
They're already on it. They're already
Okay.
getting ready to get that assembled.
All right. Do I have any problems transforming into the Hakarl I thought of?
Nope. The
I
moment
turned
you
into
put on the
before?
dress and you think of being a Hakarl, you're transformed right back into that deckhand. Again,
Okay.
it's very uncomfortable. Face hurts a little bit from the morphing, but
I
you're
reach
good.
into the pocket of the nearest crewman, grabbing his flask, pop it open, down a shot, and then hand it back to him.
You-
At some point, I'm going
Thanks.
to roll lower than a
It
15
hurts.
on the wisdom checks for me being able to actually have a brain.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
gonna... Go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say, Pearl will just strip down to her leather armor, and leave her hat and jacket and boots and things in a very neat little pile somewhere.
Okay.
Are you able to breathe water, or is it just that you have a swim speed?
Oh, I can breathe air or water.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Water
Cool.
Ganassi have the ability to breathe both air and water.
Just want to make sure
So
I track everyone's
I think
abilities.
I think the only people here who can't, like, naturally are Muir and Rory. Everyone else can.
And that's only temporary. My class gives it to me later.
Nice. So yeah, I'll wait for the others and then dive in.
Okay.
Hopefully Cannonball didn't go too far ahead of us.
So
when
as
we are...
go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
But no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, once we get to about 30 feet above the ship, I would like to cast Detect Thoughts, and it has
Okay.
a range of 30 feet,
So
and I
before
want to
we-
try to pick up any...
Before we do that,
Yeah.
let's go ahead and take a break. That way we can get up, stretch our legs, get something to drink and everything, and we will be right back.
Okay.
Mir is your hired fuzzy
Alrighty.
muscle, so
We are back.
I need
Fuzzy
to
hired was.
immediately redcon because
Okay.
Hello.
I realized a D&D live show that I watch basically used detect thoughts that way, but I was reading the spell more closely and it's wrong. I have to be able to see the creature, so they were probably homebrewing the spell a little bit.
Honestly,
so
I would allow it. Like, I don't
up
think
to you.
honestly, I think anything in the area, even if hidden, if has any sort of cognitive thought, I think detect thought should work.
Okay.
Oh damn. Okay, cool.
Welcome to another homebrew.
We'll-
So
we'll-
I'm
we'll
totally
pick
down
them
for
up.
that. I'm totally down
Okay.
for that.
Yeah, because that's where I got the idea from. Because someone else did that where they were trying to search like an empty room, and the character had detect thoughts, and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to do that. This is a good use of it." And I'm like, "Oh wait, shit, it says
Well,
C."
I
Let's be
like it.
honest, though, those
Like,
spells are so underused anyway. It's actually really cool to give them a little bit more utility and make them a little more relevant. Personally, I find it really cool.
I've developed developed in the work of pretty much strengthening the mending spell to not
Nice.
only
Oh.
repair things, but say give it an upcast. Say if you want to pour a couple spell slots into it, maybe it doesn't just repair simple articles of clothing. Maybe you can completely repair something that's been damaged by time, or
But it's a
recreate something.
cantrip
Yeah.
right now, so
Really
it would go from being a cantrip to being a spell then?
Leveled
Is that what
spell,
you're
Yeah,
saying?
so pretty
depending on,
much
like, level
Okay.
you
like base cantrip. You want to sacrifice a spell slot or two in order to like give it a little amp. Why not?
Oh, I like that.
I mean,
Yeah.
you're spellcasters. You should be able to amp up things and not have to worry about, oh, this is just a crappy spell that nobody ever touches.
Yeah.
Actually, that
Sacrifice
kinda
a spell
reminds me a
slot and
little
amp
bit
it
of-
up.
I'd like
I
to
like-
amp up Shillelagh.
I allow it.
reminds me a little bit of Clockwork
Oh,
Cavalcade
really?
from,
Hell yeah.
Oh, I
Clockwork
will
Sorcery,
remember that.
actually.
Hell yeah! If you want to spend a spell slot to amp up Shillelagh, hell yeah, do it.
Oh my.
I want to spend
Now
a
you're-
fourth
now you're
level
just
spell
giving me
slot on
good ideas.
Shillelagh.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
That stick of
Shillelagh's
drift,
already a really good spell.
that
cantrip,
stick of
honestly.
driftwood that you just picked up is now a great axe. But yeah,
Um,
why not?
Okay.
Get weird with it.
So yeah, I like that. I mean, it is also probably one of the spells that Rory spams all
Yeah.
the time. So
Yeah,
it's
it
probably
seems to be the
her
Rory
most
special.
familiar spell.
It's like Brockus using charge.
Yeah, this is her specialty.
And how well
so-
does that work?
It works. It's just nothing ever gets knocked down, but I don't want it to get knocked down because then I have a point blank shotgun blast ready.
That is true.
All right.
Messy.
So,
I think Cannonball, did you wait for us or did you swim on ahead? First of all, to ask. Totally fine either way. I just want to know what I should visualize. Oh, you're muted.
you're muted.
Cannonball definitely jumped in feet first, like pencil dived in feet first here to get maximum depth out of his jump. And yeah, no, he's definitely gonna go about halfway down, which is my 40 feet of swim speed. And that's more or less where you'd find him once you hit the water.
Okay. So we'll join up with him and go. Rory's gonna go about till she's about 30 feet away from the wreck, and before she activates detect thoughts. And anyone who's looking will see her eyes kind of glow a little bit of this like lavender purple color.
For detect thoughts, what is it written as in regards to what you detect?
So it says that it only lasts for a minute, and in that minute I can read the surface thoughts of the creature, basically what is most on its mind in that moment, and then as an action I can either shift my attention to another creature's thoughts or attempt to probe deeper into the same creature's mind. So essentially I'm kind of like pinging out, trying to detect thoughts, and like I've already kind of probably done this over the course of our travel a little bit, so I'm familiar with the minds of my crew. I know what they kind of feel like, so I'm trying to push away from them and pushing it towards the deep to see if I feel a tug of my magic towards something, and then I'm going to focus in on that.
So you branch out, detect thoughts here, sort of trying to keep that shield up around your companion so you don't pick up what they're thinking, but nothing in the area seems to be giving off any sort of like cognitive thought.
Okay. Then I'm going to give the motion to go forward, and in that minute, I'm just gonna keep searching for any pings as I get closer to the wreck.
All right.
And then after the minute goes, the spell fades.
Yep. So like I'll just say now, at like this full minute, it doesn't ping anything.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be anything down here with the cognitive thought that you would be able to like detect. Like there is definitely like intelligence down here, but nothing human, nothing surface level thought that you would be able to pick up.
I'll display this in VTT also, because
Yeah, because I was looking at it, says
there's aspects of the spell that can pick up things emotional state. You know, if I were to sense a mind and dig deeper, even if it fails, I could sense emotion.
It's more that you can't detect the thoughts of a creature with an intelligence of 3 or lower, or one that doesn't speak any language.
Got it. Okay.
But
Yeah.
so there's
if there is anything there, then it's one of those categories.
Yep.
Is what I would know. Or there's nothing there. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna motion like keep your eyes open.
Okay.
We didn't discuss that hand signal.
I say in Hakarl because I think we can talk in Hakarl easily under the water.
Yeah.
If you can breathe underwater, you can speak underwater.
I mean, keep your eyes open. Duh.
Right. I just want to know, like, maybe you could put together like a handbook or something of all of these hand signals.
Sure. That's a good note.
Because, you know, not everyone can speak like we're speaking right now. It's important for the whole crew. You should maybe put together like a little class to teach everyone.
I don't know. Like, I did get a Hakarl voice going. I don't know about a class, but that seems kind of condescending to a bunch of seasoned sailors. But maybe with the
That's
away
kind of what I
crew, we
was
could
getting at. Yeah, it would be funny.
Are they speaking in common or Hakarl?
Hakarl.
Yeah. So they're technically speaking Aquan.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Aquan, right?
Aquan.
Can you speak Aquan? You might understand if you.
No.
All right. So just so you guys sort of get a feeling of what you're looking at, I'm going to take you to a map.
Okay.
Of course, you have a map.
And I want to do perception check. Obviously, I told us. We'll see what we see, people.
So as you're in the ocean here, you see that the ship itself looks like it's been cleaved in two, and there's that explosive hole near the base of the hull on the back side. And you kind of put two and two together. That's what chunk was like floating up topside. And much as to what Mira described, there is a ton of treasure right there, just sitting out a few feet away from the ship.
Group, am I the most roguey to check for traps? Am I winning that honor, or is someone else? Please say someone else has high sleight of hand. Over 4.
I mean, technically, you would either do sleight of hand or perception or
Anyone got high
investigation.
perception? Or good investigation. Anyone?
Who's got good eyes?
Who can do
my
this?
perception
Who's
is
got
pretty good.
special eyes?
All right.
I do have proficiency in perception.
Rory's gonna just say out in Aquan. I'm not used to looking out these kinds of eyes. Seems like you see pretty good underwater, but Shara, you wanna? I wouldn't. Don't just go diving into the treasure. Let's see if anything looks tricky, like it's a trap or something. I don't like how all the treasures kind of is it like I know in the picture it shows it like all
Oh,
piled up.
it's neatly piled.
Okay. That's suspicious. If the
Ooh.
ship were to break up naturally, the gold should be everywhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of looks like somebody got here before us and started to collect it all, but then, left for some reason.
Yeah. So, A, we should probably check for traps, and B, hurry.
I can probably do one of those things, and she hurries off
Wait, where are you going?
to check for traps. I'm not gonna look from like 35 feet away.
Oh yeah, it looks
Oh,
fine.
okay. I thought we were
Yeah.
already approached. I
Yeah,
thought we were already down
I'm
there.
Nope.
gonna get like this distance roughly so I can eye around the pile, and give it a good look before like approaching.
Okay. Since you're not really close for an investigation, go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Not a time to roll low. That's too bad. That's a 9.
A 9? It looks okay. It just like it kind of you're kind of putting 2 and 2 together here that somebody definitely was here before and they started putting it all into one centralized location and then they're not here.
So I'll look back to Rory. I think at this point I don't want to like shout or anything in case there is something lurking around. So I'll give her a thumbs up, but then I'll like hold a finger against my lips like quiet, and then I'll start slowly approaching.
Okay.
I look at the group and just kind of go, okay, let's do it. Kind of
What-
motion in.
Does a druid, like apprentice or a druid that was part of a druid circle, is there any special attachment I would have to my mentor that would provide a role that I could see if I can detect the presence of my mentor?
Unfortunately not.
I didn't think
Yeah.
so.
He's trained you in the ways of druidcraft, but it doesn't really sort of give you it doesn't give you sort of a spiritual link of master and apprentice.
Yeah, I kind of, I didn't really think so. But yeah, and I can't even think of what I would begin to roll to know. Nature?
To detect him, no. Like there isn't really anything you would be able to roll in order to like psychically detect him.
Okay, fair enough. So Pearl's just having a wonderful time swimming about, doing little somersaults in the water. And
Okay.
I'm watching Shara as she approaches the
All right.
treasure pile.
Are you
And-
getting a little bit closer and still seems to be a pile of treasure?
can Pearl also do a perception check? Would she? But she wouldn't have heard. No, she wouldn't have heard that discussion about
No.
checking for traps. So no, she can't.
I'm gonna get right on it.
Okay.
The last time I did this, a warehouse exploded. I'm gonna grab a pile of gold and see if anything happens.
Okay. So, Shara doing what Shara does best. Nothing explodes, by the way. Rory, you would see this. And I think anyone else may have as well. As you reach out and you grab a pile of gold. Nice weight in your hand. It's definitely real coin. But you kind of scrape it away from like a hard carapace.
Here we go.
And
Moana. Sorry.
you kind of stare at it for a moment. Rory, from where you at, you see a pair of eyes kind of like lift up out of the dirt as the treasure pile begins to tremble a bit. And out from the earth comes this massive crab covered in the bounty of the ship.
Uh-oh. Looks like we gotta fight it for the treasure. I say in Aquin. Can we Can we bite through crab? I ask Shara.
So that's what it looks like.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, no, scary. No, it's huge.
But it's not a kraken.
No, it's not a kraken.
It has ship bits on it.
As it kind of looks around and its eyes just lock directly on the Shara, who's got the handful of gold. I'm going to need initiative.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
I have a question about underwater combat because I haven't done one before.
Yep.
So, like if it was the real world and I was swinging a shillelagh or a quarterstaff underwater, it would be slowed by the water. Is that the case here or no?
Not necessarily, since you have a swim speed and you're functional underneath water, you would make attacks as normal. Now, if you didn't have a swim speed and say you were just somebody flopping around in the ocean, you would be making everything at disadvantage.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the only exception to that is ranged weapons like bows and stuff. They just auto miss, don't they?
I
haven't done underwater
believe
combat in a while.
I believe bows auto miss.
Important question. What does the whole water breathing thing actually give?
Water breathing gives you the ability to breathe water, and I believe it also gives you a swim speed as well.
That's the most important part, is why I'm asking.
But let me look up what the rules are for water breathing 5th edition. The spell grants up to 10 willing creatures you can see with the range ability to breathe underwater until the spell ends. Affected creatures also retain their normal mode of respiration. So it pretty much just gives you the ability to breathe water. So if you do not have a swim speed, this is treated as difficult terrain.
Okay.
On the bright side, it's a slow crab. Well,
Yep.
dex wise anyway.
And it's still putting the wrong name in.
Need to get some decent battle music going here.
Roadtronet's still got the wrong name attached to it, but whatever.
How?
I don't know.
Sometimes I question things. This works. Okay. Just need Cannonball's initiative.
It's in there. It's 21.
It didn't go in. I'm reading you as 0. Somebody may have edited there as well. You were typing yours in.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
It's Fox. It's always Fox.
We're not playing with Groudon. I'm not waiting specifically for someone to enter their initiative. So
All right. Cannonball,
Yep.
you're up.
Yep. Let's see here 1 sec real quick. We are this. Let's see, how far are we from it? Zoom out a bit. There we go. My ruler. Check distance. We are about 30 feet away from it, from what I'm seeing. We are going to start. Yeah, we are just going to throw a. I think we're gonna just. So, you were. I can't. I'm so sorry. I cannot pronounce that.
You got it
name.
right. You had it.
Muir? I can't do it. I'm so sorry, dude. But yes, you might end up taking a bit of a dive here because concentration's gonna go on something else and keeping you on the boat.
Well, he's on the boat right now. He's down.
Oh, he went all the way
no,
back up. Okay, cool.
No, he went down with you guys.
I'm with you.
Clearly, I'm a potato. Yep. So now we're definitely gonna go, and in that case, we are going to hex the crab.
Alrighty. Starting already to starting off with a bit of abuse on this poor creature.
Yep. And yep, I'm still not quite sure what everybody's spell saves and everything are yet. So we're gonna default back to good old Dex for the attribute off
Okay.
of that right now. And that's it for the bonus action, main action.
And he's probably pretty strong, right?
Yeah, it's for his saves, unfortunately. I can't reduce his strength in a way that'll be
Oh.
consequential other than for his saves, though, with Hex. Yeah, main action. Honestly, only real main action I could see here would just be good old Eldritch Blast, actually.
Okay.
So it's gonna have to be Eldritch Blast.
All right, go ahead and give me that the roll for the warlock special here.
Yup. I can't do anything else because I picked a warlock.
What's my role in the group? You cast Eldritch Blast.
Right. That is going to be a +6, so that is a 17.
17 will hit.
Wait, you telling me I get to roll damage? I get to actually do a thing this time? Alright, 1d10 and then +4 because we do have the not the extended, but the charisma bonus added to it. And so that is a d10. Where is my d10? There's my d10, yes. And that is going to be an 8 +4, so 12 Eldritch Blast, force damage to it.
Very nice.
And can I still use my movement?
Yes, you can.
Alright, we are backing up 40 feet. For now, anyway.
Getting out of dodge. Perfectly viable.
Well, we don't like melee. So let me just measure 40 feet. We're gonna back up 40 feet. We can still hit it anyway that far, so you know what? Why not? Yep, so that's that for now. And Hex, the bonus damage is only on melee attacks, correct?
Ba-ba-da.
Or does it include spell attacks? Just to know whether I'm supposed to add the bonus damage here or not. I have not used a warlock. This is my first time. I apologize.
I believe it's any damage.
So then I would probably be rolling the hex damage here too then.
Whenever you land a hit with an attack.
Okay. Yeah, so spell attacks count, I guess, in that case.
Yep.
Then, yeah. Okay, let me just roll the extra damage from the hex, which I believe is. One sec here. Sorry, I'm not used to rolling with roll 20 for this stuff. Give me 1 second. I'm a little slow. There it is. Here, where's my hex? There we go. Yeah, 1d6 necrotic. All right. And I rolled a 6.
Nice.
For once, I actually did something. All right, cool. That's it for my contribution to the fight, guys. Have fun. I'm going back to the ship. Before my dice like turns around.
Rory.
So, yeah.
What happened to Pearl?
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I skipped you because sorry about that. I pushed cannonball down before his turn was done, so I hit it again.
Oh,
Classic
okay.
me mistake.
Alrighty.
Classic DM mistake.
Yep.
We all do it.
We all do it.
Alrighty. I am going to bonus action cast Shillelagh.
Okay.
And then for my action, I am going to cast Entangle directly on or underneath the crab. And what will happen in this case is a lot of like seaweed and seagrass and those kinds of things will come up and start twining around its claws and legs and creeping up a bit onto its back.
Well,
And
okay.
it needs to make a, unfortunately, a strength saving throw, which probably it can do. And the spell DC I have is only 14.
Yep. It's going to be a strength save of 16.
Yeah, so it isn't entangled, but it is now on
Difficult terrain.
difficult terrain.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
I take it that you put this so it's not going to be on Shara.
Yeah. So it would be just like behind Shara, but as much on the. Is it a square?
Yeah, it's a 20-foot square.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. Anything else?
That's enough mischief for now.
Okay. Rory.
And staying where I am.
Okay. I don't have a ton of great options as a bard underwater, so I'm just gonna be a shark. So I guess I'll move next to Shara and look at her and just look like a very uneasy panic in my eyes. I just kind of open my mouth and go, huh?
Okay.
I make a chomping motion at you, like, yeah, do that.
All right. Go ahead and make me a strength-based attack.
No. But
Oh, yeah, I guess that's the part I forgot to tell you. The bite is a strength.
yeah. Do I have any additional bonuses from being a curl body right now, or is it just my stuff?
It's just basic attack.
Oh no.
Plus proficiency, though.
Yeah, plus proficiency because it would still because you would naturally have proficiency with
Okay.
using a bite attack.
So strength.
Yep.
That's a big old +0 proficiency bonus +2. So 13.
13 will not hit. Like you reach out and you bite into this thing's legs and it doesn't break like the outer carapace. It's like you're gnawing on a rock.
That didn't work. Yeah, I'm kind of unfortunately there now.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's all I do.
Muir.
Oh, this is gonna be sadness. So since I don't have a swim speed, I get what, 15. Double move would be 30, which puts me there.
Okay.
And ranged attacks are just a no-go. So
Give me 1 second. I will look that rule up.
in this case, we're talking javelins,
Yeah.
which is why I'm
Yeah.
asking.
When
actually.
making a melee weapon attack, if the creature doesn't have a swim speed, it's made at disadvantage. A ranged weapon attacks automatically miss the target beyond the weapon's normal range. Even against the target within normal range, the attack is at disadvantage, unless the weapon is a crossbow, a net, or a weapon that is thrown like a javelin.
Oh, there you go.
So you would make the
Boom.
attack at a normal roll,
Ain't that freaking handy?
as long as it's within the normal range of the javelin itself.
Yep, it is. And I'm going to do the very barbarian thing, and we are going to rage and reckless attack that.
Okay.
Pretty sure I can. No, I cannot reckless attack because it is only melee. Still rage. That's a nat 20.
Very nice. And that 20 will most definitely hit.
Where crits?
Yep.
What form?
For right now, since you are level 3, this is normal crit. So you roll the damage and then you roll it again.
Okay.
Once you guys hit 5, brutal takes effect.
3, 4, 5. That's 15 damage.
15, nice.
Oh, nope. I cannot do that. My bad.
What?
Nope, I double moved.
Oh, that's right.
Unless...
You have action surge or anything? I completely forgot you double moved.
My brain was getting ahead of my actions. Funny enough, actually, I am still in normal javelin range if I back up 15.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you can most definitely do that, and we'll just count the attack that way.
Yeah, that'll do.
All right.
I was trying to ask three questions at once. That was the problem.
Give me a second. I'm gonna darken the grid here.
You might just want to make the grid black permanently at this point.
That way everyone can see where everything is at. All right. Evie, you want to move your butt out of the way so I can... That'd be greatly appreciated.
How did you get a natural 20 rolling at disadvantage? Did you get 2 natural 20s?
Range attack isn't made at disadvantage if it's a javelin.
Oh, okay.
Shara.
Oh, real quick, can I forgot that I can still technically speak, so I can do some bard shit. Can I just bonus action bardic Shara?
Sure.
Like, on my turn, can we just retcon that? 'Cause
Yeah.
I forgot that I can actually speak because of my form.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would have said, ow, you are much stronger bite. Novice thing.
There is one other thing that you may also have to redo for your turn.
Shit, what else did I mess up?
Well, since you're Hakarl and this thing has been damaged, and I assume it can bleed, your blood in the water racial ability would have triggered and given you advantage on that attack.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Nope. Moving on.
Moving
But
on.
thank you for that.
Yeah, I forgot we gave the Carl blood on the water, or blood in the water.
Real good. So before I commit to any attacks here, is there any reason why I might think using my lightning-based great axe is not the greatest idea underwater?
You know what? Since you are an aquatic creature and you know what lightning does to wet things, you have a feeling that anyone close to you may get a tingle as well.
Okay, so we're gonna
But
stick with the...
it will also deal double damage underwater.
That's enticing. I mean, the lightning doesn't trigger until it has 6 charges, right? So I could still hit it a few times.
Yeah, it like until it builds up enough static, you can't release it.
Okay, yeah. I'll go ahead and pull that great axe off my back and start with a good old rage, and then we'll take a spin.
Okay.
And I'm real glad I have that blood in the water ability. Otherwise, that would have been an at 1.
Oops.
Instead, it will be a 19.
19 will hit.
is going to be very good damage. Rage adds what, 2 right now? So that will be 16 slashing damage.
Very nice.
And I think that is all for now. And my rage is just a rage. It's not the frenzy. I feel like having disadvantage on rolls from the exhaustion would be a bad idea if I still have to pilot the ship after this.
I mean, true. Okay, so on the crab's turn, you notice that there are 3 figureheads, like in the treasure pile on its back, like taken from ships. The like kind of like what you have the siren on the front. There's 3 of these over here, and you notice that they all glow this soft red for just a brief moment as this crab lets out just this bellowing wail underwater. Yep, so everybody is within 60 feet. So I need to make a roll here first to see what kind of whale it is. Nice.
Bro.
Okay, I need everybody here to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Ugh. I'm gonna use my inspiration
I'm going to
from
use my
my own
inspiration
song
as well.
yesterday.
Okay.
My dice have still not betrayed me. That's a 17 total.
I
I'm just
rolled.
waiting. I'm just
Okay, hold
waiting
on.
for the
I'll go
unexpected one.
around the virtual table here. Let's see. So Shara,
17?
17. You're fine. Rory,
Why have you betrayed me? You were rolling so good earlier. 10.
10. You're gonna take 10 points of psychic damage.
Oh, my favorite
Mir,
kind of damage.
Call its mother a barnacle.
11.
11. You're gonna take 10 points of psychic damage.
Oh, remember, we still have that
Pearl.
temporary hit point boost too from the food.
What'd you get for your wisdom save?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a nat 20 plus 6
Oh, yeah,
or
you-
26.
You're fine. And Cannonball got a 17. You're good. So after it lets out this whale dealing a bit of psychic damage, its claw juts out towards both Rory and Shara. Shara, does a 26 hit you?
It sure does.
Rory, a 12 doesn't hit you, does it? Okay. You would be fine. Shara, you are grappled. Wow, that was a shit roll. And you're only going to take 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
I will take it.
And it kind of like
Um,
brings you up
I-
in its claw, and it's just like staring at you.
that would be cut in half because I'm raging, right?
Correct, yes.
Barbarian,
Yeah, yeah, if you're raging, the physical damage is cut in half for you.
Okay.
And we all should have started the day with like 11 temporary hit points still.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's 2 days remaining
Mama
on that.
Plum.
Yep.
Yeah.
From Mama Plum's surprise. Okay. Back to the top of the order with Cannonball.
Okie dokie. So we are still 50 feet away. We are going to use our warlock, fathomless warlock ability here. We are going to do, where is it? The good old warlock tentacle.
The tentacle once again.
Yes, 60 feet is the range on it, so we can have it appear right next to the crab. So if you would be so kind as to get a tentacle out and the bonus action to summon it also immediately allows me to hit with it, so we are going to roll a melee spell attack against the crab, hoping this also procs the hex. And then follow with regular action with Eldritch Blast, hoping that also procs the hex. Oh, Tentacle Slam first. That is a nat 1. Tentacle is not hitting. The Eldritch Blast, however, is on a 16.
The Eldritch Blast will hit.
Okay. So that is going to be the D10, which has rolled me a 9. So that is going to be a 13 damage on the Eldritch Blast, and the 1d6 on the Hex will be an extra 4. So we are looking at 13 plus 4, 17 damage.
17. Very nice. Anything else?
Nope, that's all. Actually, you know what? Since I can afford it, we are going to move back a little bit more.
Okay.
Because we can just blast from downtown. We don't need to be anywhere near this thing. And if we're away more than 60 feet, we don't have to deal... Well, again, Cannonball would not know that, so we're just going to move on a full 40 feet back. And that's it.
You are making me zoom way out of this map.
I apologize. I'm all the way down in the corner. Just leave it at that.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm gonna have to... I'm trying to bring it into where the... I know you're down there. I'm just gonna have to zoom down when it's your turn.
Corner, I think that's fine. I don't think you need to have me on the map.
Okay. Pearl.
Okay. Just have to check the distance of something. Now, am I correct that when I cast Healing Spirit, I can cast it up to 60 feet away from where I am?
I believe that's the case.
Yeah. Like it says range 60 feet, so.
Yeah, if its range is 60 feet, then yes, it is something you can cast 60 feet away.
Okay, and can you draw me the 5-foot cube so I can see how big it would be?
5-foot cube should just be a single.
It's a single square, right?
Yeah, it's a single space.
Okay, all right. So it's not any bigger at all than that. All right. I think what I am going to do is use my bonus action and it says it's a bonus action. So I will cast Healing Spirit, and what you will see is something going out from Pearl that looks rather like a string of pearls that forms into like a lariat or a lasso and circles around to form like a circle. And I will drop it on top of Shara. And it's a concentration spell, so that's going to be all I think I'm going to do.
Oops.
No. Oh dear.
I'm trying to grab hold of the little square here.
Yeah.
And that's gonna drop the entangle. Because I believe entangle is concentration, isn't it?
Just a second here.
It is, yeah.
Yes, it is as well, which is unfortunate, but it's only doing so much, and it doesn't look... Well, I mean, it didn't do what I wanted, so... yeah, I will do that, to bring that
right.
Healing Spirit up, I think, and focus on that. And, now, I have to stay within 60 feet of it now, right?
No. Like, the casting range is 60 feet, but as long as you keep concentration, it's up.
I can move it up. I can move it around as need be. Up to 30 feet. Okay.
Bonus action on each of your turns.
Sure.
Move it.
Okay. I honestly can't. I'm not sure I want to get within melee range of this thing, given everything. At this point. But... nothing ventured, nothing gained. I will move. can move. I think it's. I just want to check my distance here to make sure I got it right. I think it's for me. Yeah, 30 feet I can move. So I can move. Gee, I can move sort of, I guess, within range of it. Okay, so I will also move, I guess, to here. And then I will take a swing at it with my shillelagh as my action.
Is Healing
Nope.
Spirit a cantrip?
Healing Spirits, I'm casting it as a second level spell.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to attack.
But it says it's a bonus action.
Yeah, it's a bonus action. So you can still use your action.
Oh, okay,
to
yeah.
attack with the shillelagh.
Yeah. I just sort of did things in a pearl kind of order. Okay. Okay, I miss.
What'd you get?
Well, I got a nat 1 on the dice. And then +6, so that's 7.
Nice. Nope, that's gonna bungle. All right, Rory.
I don't trust my teeth, so she just whips out her rapier instead. Like, I at least know how to use this thing.
You gave it an effort.
Yeah, I tried. My mouth hurts now. So I'm gonna stab at it, and I guess at advantage because of blood in the water.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, not so nice. Thank you, advantage. So that is going to be a 24 to hit.
24 will most definitely hit.
7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And then bonus action, I'm going to turn. There they are. I'm going to turn to Mir and tell him, put this crab on a skewer. He doesn't understand what words I'm saying, but
Well, you could speak common.
oh, I can speak.
Yeah.
he can still
You could speak the languages that you know, in addition to the racial language of whoever you look like.
Oh, I thought that it would have to be like an Aquan language to speak
Nope.
underwater. So
No,
all right, well, then I say
as
that.
long as you can breathe water, you can speak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so then I'll switch to common and tell him, let's have crab on a skewer. And give you inspiration. So bardic inspiration to Mir. 1d6. And that is it for me.
Okay. Yuri, you're up.
I can do another 15 feet. And I cannot reckless because it's going to be another javelin. But dice, do you love me today? That's another nat 20.
Jesus.
Whoa.
Oh.
Nice.
Okay, another nat 20. This poor crab.
Apparently this is a ranged barbarian.
This poor thing was just sleeping underwater on a blanket of its treasure. Somebody comes to try to steal it. Now people are trying to kill it.
So surprisingly higher damage than last time. 16 this time.
16.
I don't think I'm getting those javelins out of it after we're done this.
We can buy more.
All right. Shara, you are in this thing's clutches.
I sure am.
You have the ability to try to escape, but that takes your action.
I think I will. Well, I don't know. I want to just keep attacking it, but can it do like real nasty things to somebody it has grappled? I don't know. I've never seen one of these before. I'm a barbarian. I'm gonna keep attacking it.
I was gonna say you're kind of in a rage at the moment.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I am in a rage. So we're gonna attack it.
Okay.
We're gonna use that bardic inspiration die. Okay, good thing that was a high roll. Does a 17 hit?
17 does hit.
Rolled like crap on those d20s. So that is going to be max damage for 18 slashing.
Okay. See here. The carb's turn. All right, so you guys are beating this thing up, and once again, the figureheads on top in the treasure pile begin to glow red again as it lets out another wail. Cannonball, you're fine because you are more than 60 feet from it, so you don't have to worry. Those of you near it, can I get wisdom saving throws? And I will go around the table again. Shara.
7.
That's going to be 14 points of psychic damage. Rory.
10 again.
14 points of psychic damage. Mir.
8.
14 points of psychic damage. Earl.
19.
You're fine.
And also, when I dropped that healing spirit on Shara, I didn't roll healing.
I don't think Shara had missing HP at that time because of the temp HP.
I only had some missing temp HP, but next round it will heal me because my HP is low now, or lower.
Okay. All right.
All right. So with you and its claw, it's just pretty much going to squeeze a bit. Give me a nat 20.
Hey, you're raging at least.
Yeah. And I got the healing spirit on me, so I just gotta live till then.
That's going to be 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
Very good thing I'm raging.
And then it's going to once again, it's got a couple people around here, but it's gonna reach out against Rory again with its other claw. Rory, does a 21 hit you? Yeah. Okay. So you are going to be grappled.
Damn it. I was about to disengage.
And you're going to take 12 points of bludgeoning damage as it picks you up in its claw.
I'm out.
All right. And Rory's unconscious at the... You guys kind of see like just the pressure of the claw kind of causes Rory to spasm and fall unconscious. And as that happens, you see her transform back into her human form.
Oh
God.
no.
I love this character. Goodbye.
You were fine, Captain.
This was my choice.
Rory,
This is my fault.
if you can roll me a death saving throw and DM it to me.
Already?
Yeah, because you roll one when you go down.
You do? Oh, okay.
Okay. Mark that down on the sheet. Cannonball.
So, by my calculations, I've used one of my 2 spell slots since the Hex is from the Hex Blood thing and does not consume a spell slot. We are within 120 feet. First thing we're going to do is we're going to drop silence on this thing.
Okay.
I'm kind of tired of hearing it yell.
Okay. Can you bring silence up in the things? I need to read that.
Yep.
I forgot
I mean,
silence was even a spell. Nobody uses that. Cannonball
It's
throwing a
gonna-
curveball here.
Yeah, well, it's more for spells, so I don't know if this will actually quiet it, but we'll see what happens. He who tries nothing gets nothing, right? Let
Correct.
me just throw that for you. There's the D20. I got too many tabs open at this point. Apologies. Again, not good with this stuff. There we go. Where is it? In the spells. And it's in rank 2. Roll all the way down to it. There we go. There you go.
For the duration, no sound can be created or passed through 20-foot radius sphere centered on the point you choose within range. Any creature or object entirely inside the sphere is immune to thunder damage, and creatures are deafened while entirely inside it. Casting a spell also includes verbal component. Funny enough, that will silence it because the whale, while not physical, is sound, so no sound can exit out of it. So you've silenced this thing.
No more
Where
AoE.
like it has to like completely cover it.
Yep.
Let me get a little magic marker here for us.
Switching from damage to support, as this will cancel out Hex, because I believe Hex is also concentration. But this way, at least the whole party doesn't go down.
Wow, no, I think your Hexblade's curse is not.
It's not a Hex Blade, though. That's the thing. It's from the Hex Blood racial, basically. I get to cast it once without using
Gotcha.
it. But let me double check it. It is concentration up to an hour, so yeah, unfortunately, it's going to cancel out the Hex, but you know what? That versus you guys taking 1,000,000 damage like that as an AoE, I think this is probably the better option.
All right, so you've got this 20-foot radius here, so you could you could put it right there and it will only hit the crab.
Yep.
Okay.
That's probably what we're going to do, and bonus action, we're going to slap it with a tentacle.
Okay.
And that's basically all we can do for the turn. Tentacle is a 21 this time.
That hits.
D8 of damage. That is going to be 3 cold damage and speed reduced by 10.
Okay. Earl.
Okay, I'm not sure I can do all this, but we'll try. So, first of all, the healing. Now, does the healing spirit get to go now? For healing
what is
Char,
it?
or when
What
does
does
that
it?
happen?
What does it say on the spell?
Okay, so basically, whenever you are a creature you can see moves into the space for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there.
So it'd be when Shara starts
at the
its turn.
beginning of Shara's turn. I will roll that. Okay. But okay. So then what I would like to do is, as I would like, without disengaging at this point from the crab, I would like to move around to where Rory is. Rory grappled?
Yes, Rory is currently in the claw of the crab.
She's grappled. Oh, so I can't do that. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Dear.
If you can heal me, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how I can optimally do this. Yes. Okay. So what I will do then, and this I believe is a touch spell. So I will swim over to Rory. So I'm going, if I swim over here, am I not disengaging?
Yeah, you're still fine.
Okay.
Because
all right,
since
so
you guys
I'm-
are technically swimming, it isn't just a 2D plane, it's 3D as well.
oh,
So you're able
where did I go? I disappeared.
I think you're underneath Rory's token.
Yeah, okay, so sorry about that. I'm going to move to there. Rory's moving back to where she is. Okay, so I will move over to here, and then I will use Cure Wounds, which is a level 1 spell, to heal Rory for 1d8 plus my spellcasting ability modifier. Okay. So that's going to be Rory is healed for 7.
All right. So Rory,
Yeah.
as soon as you are healed, you take that gasp of air,
That's not
finding
fair.
no air. So you're going
Mhm.
to take 4 points of damage as you breathe in water.
Okay. 4.
4.
Panic. Panic.
Yeah.
Panic.
Summon the power of the dress.
She's got that dress on. Okay. All right. So heal her for 4, and I've moved, so that's my actions, and then my bonus action. Well, actually, it won't be, I guess, a bonus action, but when Shara
Yeah,
starts her turn, I'll
active
heal
effect.
Shara with the healing spirit, and
All
that's
right.
my turn.
Rory, can I get a Constitution saving throw? As you are technically drowning at this point.
That would be a 9.
A 9. You're going to take another 1 point of damage. But you are still functioning. If you still have HP, you are functioning and you're able to do what you want.
I'd like to get away. So my only options for that is to try to can I bonus action give myself some inspiration? I can't,
Yes, you
'cause I
can.
can't speak. I
Oh, no,
can't
you
speak.
can't. No, but wait,
Damn
no. Is Bardic Inspiration only verbal?
Let me look. I thought it would be, but yeah, it says bonus action, a creature other than you. Oh, I can't even use it on myself, so never
Oh.
mind. All right.
Using, I will say using the dress is a bonus action.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm gonna bonus action, like, clutch the dress and kind of, like, power it with my magic a little bit.
And just like transform
Use that
back into
bonus
the
action.
Carl.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's the form I know. I'm not gonna fuck around right now with something else. So yeah, I go Carl again, and then I'm gonna try to get away.
Okay. Can
my
you
action to
give
get away.
me a, what is it? This is going to be a strength roll.
Okay.
You can use acrobatic. Oh, not acrobatics, but athletics as well.
Okay. That is a 5.
A 5. You struggle as much as you can, and you can't get out of this thing's grasp.
Fuck. And Rory just looks utterly fucked up. I made some bad choices. And yeah, that's it for me.
All right, Mirror.
Oh boy.
Other than that 20, bro.
My dice are running out of good things to do here, okay? No swim speed, but if I reckless, I'm still at advantage. Okay, we're fine. Not as good, but that is a 17.
17 hits.
Okay, and because I am lay small, it is one of these. I'm gonna go back to javelins at this rate. That's 5 damage.
5 damage. Alrighty. Shara.
Since
Sorry, 7.
Okay.
Sorry,
7.
I forgot to.
Okay, and Shara, I will roll your so you're going to regain. I just want to double check this. I believe it's 1d6. Yes. Okay. So Shara, I rolled lucky for you. You get 6 hit points back.
I will take it. Much appreciated. So since Rory and I are basically side by side, grappled in each of its claws. With my weapon attacks, would I be able to reach the claw that is holding onto Rory?
I would say no, just because of the size of this creature. They wouldn't be like hand in hand to say. You know, there would be distance between the two of you.
Okay. In that case, we're just gonna have to hope for some real good rolls on this. So at this point, I will drop into my frenzy.
Okay.
Exhaustion be damned. And my first attack, I'm going to try to sever the claw that is holding onto me. Sever the arm of the claw that is holding onto me.
Okay.
That will be a 21 to hit.
A 21 will hit.
This die is rolling amazing for damage. That will be 16 slashing damage.
16 slashing damage. All right. So, because I have a special homebrew rule here for when you want to dismember something, if you beat its armor class by 5 or more, it has to make a Constitution save. You beat its armor class by 5 or more. Though it is still going to hold on to its claw, as it got a dirty 20. But you sink into this thing and you feel the grip like loosen momentarily, but just tighten back up.
Okay, well, since we're in a frenzy, we can do it all again with our bonus action.
Ah,
That one is going to be a nat 20. Been rolling advantage this whole fight. I was bound to get one eventually.
so what does that bring that to? A total of what?
That would be a total of 26 to hit.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, 27.
Okay.
Because this great axe is +1 because it's enchanted, right?
It is enchanted. Yes, this is an enchanted great axe.
Yeah. So this is going to be. That's a very good start already. 25 slashing damage.
So, as you cleave this thing's claw from its body, how do you want to do this?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm in a frenzy. Not only am I in a barbarian frenzy, but I'm in a Hakarl frenzy from Blood in the Water. So I'm going to cleave this thing's claw from its body, and as it releases me, I'm gonna kind of stay where I am in the water and just bring that axe right around and cleave the claw that's holding Rory from its body. And then I'm just going to start swimming in circles around it as quick as I can, cutting at all of its legs.
So you just see the shark frenzy just cut both claws off and just Imperial Walker this poor thing as all of its legs get cut out from underneath it, and it just slumps down back into the dirt, just this limbless, treasure-covered corpse. But you are out of combat.
Well, who's hungry?
Mir's actively going to start trying to pry treasure off this thing.
I still have 4 rounds of healing spirit left. Can I use 2 each on Rory and Shara?
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay. So, Shara, you'll regain. Oh my God. Double sticks. You'll regain 2 hit points.
I'll take it. Brings me up to 30.
And Rory, you'll regain 8 hit points.
Bard is less dead.
Rory
And
just
then my
kind of
healing spirit will go down, and you'll see the pearls just kind of disappear.
Okay.
As he does swing by well, swim on by here. Cannonball will definitely give Pearl a thumbs up here about the whole healing thing.
Thank you. I feel like I blacked out there for part of that. That was extremely painful.
When
Ow.
you blacked out, can I get a charisma check?
That I can fucking do. Finally, something I'm good at. Really, dice? Really?
What'd you get?
That one.
Fucking 3. So that's gonna be a total of 11.
11. Okay. Yeah,
Oh, sorry. Wait, for just straight charisma?
just straight charisma.
Oh, that's gonna be different. That's just a +4, not a persuasion. So never mind. That's gonna be way lower. 7.
7. Yep. You don't feel great right now. That's about the gist of what you get.
Great. You guys should maybe search the ship. I need to lie down. I'm gonna go up. I'm going back up.
Yeah, Captain, I could do with a bit of a lay down too.
We
I'm
can-
kind of tired.
Let's just take a break and we can. I don't think there's anything else in the area. That crab was probably really territorial. We should just take a break.
The rest of us can handle this.
Okay. So there is quite literally a ton of treasure on this creature's back. It doesn't look like this is the only ship that it's pillaged. As I mentioned, there are 3 different ship figureheads that were pretty much embedded into its carapace. But on top of that, there are just piles of gold and gems, treasure chests, books, beds, masts. There's just like, it looks like it just grabbed as anything it could off of a ship and just put it on its back.
Well, we've got nets, we've got water breathing. Let's
Is anybody searching the ship itself, or are you just sticking with the crab?
crab
So-
first, ship second.
Okay.
A few things. Yeah, seeing Rory like kind of effed up. By the way, Cannonball will still say,
For what it's worth, Captain, I'm quite happy you made it out. Not a lot of people would have.
I think I made some bad choices there. I think I got cocky with this shark body, honestly.
Good
And,
news is, Captain, you lived to rectify those mistakes the next time. And unfortunately, if the way things have been going, I'm quite afraid there will be a next time.
yeah, that was awful.
When Cannonball gives Pearl the thumbs up, she does a little somersault in the water, but she's actually going to somersault and then go over to see if she could look at the back of the ship and see what the name on it is.
Go ahead and give me an investigation roll for that. Those of you who are working the treasure,
And then she would come back to the treasure.
Okay.
She just wants to see if she can see the name.
those of you who are working the treasure, it takes you about the better part of an hour to get everything sorted and put up onto the ship. There are things that you can't possibly lift off of this thing, the figureheads being one of them. I don't know why you would take another ship's mast or anything like that, but all the valuables are able to be put up there.
If it shines, it's mine.
What'd you get, Pearl?
17.
It takes you some time, but the ship is called the Sprocket.
Is that a name I know?
Yes, but it's an older ship.
One of my grandfathers?
One of your grandfather's ships. It's an older ship though. It was reported missing at sea about a good 2.5 months ago.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. I will just make a note of that.
Okay. I will say that as you're swimming around the ship looking for the name, you can see like clear inside the captain's quarters, and most of that is still intact. It doesn't look like the crab was able to get to the inside of the captain's quarters itself. It looks like the hull itself was split in half by this thing, and it was just pretty much the cargo hold that was pillaged.
As I'm swimming up, I kind of recall something, and I'm going to take out a little copper wire and point it in the direction that I saw Pearl swimming to, and I'm gonna message her because I'm probably like all the way almost up.
Yeah,
at
you're
this
getting up
point.
there. Yeah.
So I'm going to message her like, see where the compass is trying to lead you to. Maybe there's an item.
Would I have taken that compass in the water though?
That's a good question. Did
You
anyone
know,
take the compass?
I
I assumed she
personally,
would. It's magic, so it probably
well,
wouldn't hurt.
you know, I wouldn't have thought it was waterproof. Unless it had some kind of glass bubble on it, I don't think I like unless
The compass part itself did have a glass covering, like
so did
where
it
the
look,
needle is at.
and it had been inside
The stomach
the
of a seagull.
Let me do a heads or tails rolls to see if I took it.
Sure.
That would that be fair?
Yeah, sure.
So heads, I took it. I took it.
Okay. So yeah, you've got the compass on you.
So I pull it out and look and see what it's doing.
And the compass is pointing dead on inside the captain's quarters. Like as you move it around, that needle just keeps locking right back onto the quarters.
Okay, so does the message thing work two ways? Or
Yeah,
no?
you could
Yep.
reply to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll indicate it's pointing directly to the captain's quarters, which are intact.
I kind of like roll my eyes and I message again. I go, okay, so see where it leads. Investigate. You got this. And I'm gonna give her bardic inspiration through the message.
Do you
got
have to be able
this.
to see them, or?
Oh damn it! You're right. Let's see. Wait, a bonus: a creature other than yourself within 60 feet that can hear you. I don't know if I'm still within 60.
If
Well,
you're,
yeah, you said it was about
yeah,
60 feet down,
yeah,
right?
you'd be
So
able to like.
coming up.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
She can hear me because I'm
You're
doing
giving
it through
message. Yes, we'll do that.
I'm doing fuckery. I'm doing more fuckery.
And you know what? I'll let the fuckery work.
Okay.
Alrighty.
You get a
Magic
a
telephone.
D6. Yes.
Okay,
Magic
so
telephone.
we have Muir and Cannonball down there with Pearl, right?
Yep.
But Shara's not there, correct?
No,
How long
Shara's
does water
still down
breathing
there.
last?
An hour.
Shara stayed down
No,
there?
24 hours.
Okay.
24 hours.
Yeah, Shara said she wanted to
Nice.
rest, but she's a shark, so she can rest in water. So if you need her for something, she's there to assist.
Okay, so basically, because I can obviously speak in the water, I will, everybody looks close enough. I will just say, the compass is pointing to the captain quarters, and Rory says I should investigate, but I don't want to go alone.
Don't everyone volunteer at once.
I'll go with you, so I don't have to do any of the heavy lifting around here.
Okay.
Okay, nobody else is saying they're coming with me.
Nope. Just,
I'll
Go alone. Take a Fark.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll
so
follow since most of the stuff's been hauled off to the ship at
not
this
yet.
point, right?
No, you guys are just starting on this right now, but it's going to take the better part of an hour to get everything topside.
yeah,
I can
so
send down help too
Yeah,
Like,
like
Brian could probably cast water breathing on some other or there's 2 other
I-
Hakarls on the
I mean,
ship
yeah.
too, right?
Shara's very capable. She only has 1 point of exhaustion. It only gives disadvantage on ability checks. She's just also looking for an excuse to be lazy. So
I mean, fair.
Well,
I
when I
mean,
she
get
can
back,
help. She's
yeah,
great.
and like once you guys get back up top, the 2 Carl crew members kind of jump into the water and begin doing what
Yeah.
they can as well to load the treasure.
I tell them what's going on, and then I tell someone to grab. If Brian's there, I'm just gonna flop at his feet and be like, "Help!"
Did you turn?
Ow.
Did you turn back into Rory?
I'll take the dress off. Yeah.
Okay, you pull the dress off and you just regurgitate just like all this water, like
Yeah.
onto the ship deck. He
And then
kind of like kneels down and like brushes the hair out of your eyes. You're not supposed to inhale that.
Yeah, I think I almost died. It wasn't good. Big crab.
Crab.
Big, shiny. So shiny.
Oh, I hope they bring some of that up.
I don't think they will.
Okay, let's get you
I
to your.
want to eat it.
Let's get you
Try
to
to-
your. Let's get you to your quarters. And kind of like,
Yeah.
kind of like sling, like just like picks. It doesn't even sling. He just like picks you up and starts like carrying you over to your quarters.
This would be maybe a little sexy if I didn't hurt so bad. Oh. Could you not? Walk softer.
I'll try. He's like he just like slowly starts walking a little bit slower.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So those of you who are going inside the captain's quarters, the inside, as I said, looks like it's mainly intact. It's still full of water, leaving a lot of everything inside waterlogged. But with the help of the compass, Pearl, you're directed to the captain's desk where there is a waterlogged journal on the desktop next to a hip pouch, like a belt pouch.
Okay, I'm gonna hold the compass over both of them and see what's
And,
going.
and
See if I,
it's pointing at the book, and as like you're holding it over, like a little clock like kind of reaches up out of the bag and kind of just like rips, like tries to snip at the compass. It doesn't pull it away, kind of like barely gets a grasp before you pull it back, and this little crab, like a little hermit crab, comes like halfway out of the bag, and it's kind of like looking at you.
okay.
We killed its parent.
I'm gonna leave the hermit crab, leave the pouch. I think. Well,
And it kind of like walks along the thing, and it grabs a quill from the inkwell, kind of looks at it, and it holds it over the entrance of the bag as it's sucked in. And
the whole
the
quill.
whole quill just like pulled in vacuum style into the bag.
And the bag doesn't look big enough to hold that, does it?
No. You would assume that maybe like the feather tip or the point would be sticking out. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's big enough to house an entire quill vertically.
Okay. Is there a way? The others are with me and they're seeing this, right?
Shara is with you.
Okay, I thought Cannonball said he was coming too.
No,
No.
Cannonball's with the treasure.
Yeah,
Okay.
Cannonball oversee getting the stuff on the ship.
Okay. And did you opted
I'm
out of coming
working
with me?
with putting stuff on the ship too.
Okay, so Shar, did you saw that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we definitely need to take the book. What do you think about this? Do we have a way to get this bag up without the crab going after everything? I don't want it to suck that.
Well, I was thinking, we just grab the bag and we grab the crab, because why does a crab know how to do that?
Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. Um, I'll. Do you want? If we're able to do that, I would like to take both items.
Yeah. So
The compass has stopped doing its sort of
no, it's still pointing.
frenzied thing, or
It's pointing at the book.
okay, all right. I would like to take both those items
Okay.
and
So you pick up the book. Book is fine. As soon as you reach out for the bag, the crab kind of snips at your finger. Not going to hit you though, as it kind of puts its claws up in like a defensive stance, and it kind of just holds itself, but it never fully exits the bag.
do you really think we need the bag, Shara?
I think something like that is going to be worth some money.
Okay, how about if you want it, you can take it. I'll take the book.
Okay, I mean, I'm a lot bigger than this crab, so.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
size of like it's like a medium-sized hermit crab. It's nothing like what you just fought.
So I'm just gonna like loom over this crab with
And
all of my size.
As you loom over, it kind of looks at you, and it sinks into the bag, and the little flap closes over, and the little like belt loop goes in and like kind of like seals the bag.
Then I'll scoop up the bag.
Okay. And the bag is weightless. The size of this crab, there should be some sort of weight to it.
This is gonna warrant some closer looks when we're, not at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay. I think I want to take this book up to the surface and have a better look.
Probably a good idea. Anything else you want to grab from here before we go?
I look around. Is there anything there that would distinguish whose room it was, or I don't see any skeletons or bodies or anything like that?
There's nothing really distinguishing who the room belonged to aside from the captain. And no, there's no skeleton or anything inside.
Okay. Does it look like, does it just look like sort of like the Titanic thing, like the room just sank, or does it look disturbed, like somebody was trying to grab belongings and leave in a hurry?
It looks, this part of the ship, the captain's quarters, looks like it just sank. Like the only disturbance is from the water itself.
Okay. Before I go up, can I open the book? Like, is it possible to look at this book, or is it?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Okay, I would like to see what's on the inside cover of the book, like when you open it.
And when you look at it, it's completely waterlogged. The ink is pretty much smeared or has already been like peeled off the page from the seawater.
The book is still somehow important. Okay, I'm going to just close it, and I will just take the book up to the surface.
Okay.
And before I leave the captain's quarters here, is there a footlocker in here?
Yep.
Is there anything valuable in the footlocker?
Give me an investigation roll.
12?
It's locked.
Can I remedy that with my axe?
Sure.
That's a 21 to hit the footlocker.
21. So as you hit a 21, there's like a muffled click. Can I get a Constitution saving throw?
You sure can. You sure can't. That's a nat 1 for 6.
Ooh.
Ouch.
You're going to take 14 points of piercing damage as there's a muffled click and the entire chest explodes, sending shrapnel into your body.
And probably everybody that's still underwater just hears Shara yelling, "Why does that keep happening to me?" And then she just very grumpily leaves the captain's quarters and swims to the surface, bleeding the whole way.
But yeah, a little bit of like over an hour passes, and you, like, the crew is able to get back up onto the ship. The treasure itself has been stored neatly down in your cargo hold. And Bryant has two of the crew members, Esteban and another one, taking inventory of everything that was pulled up.
We bring up as much of the crab itself as we can as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. Give me one of you. Give me a survival roll with advantage.
That's going to be on you because, and that would be disadvantage if I did it.
Survival with advantage. I can do that. That is a 16.
A 16. All right. So whomever's keeping track of ship inventory here, mark that you have 20 pounds of crab meat.
Mm.
I
That last sitting.
am wondering, as Rory's laying in bed and hearing all that activity on the deck, I finally remember my fucking spells and slap myself on the forehead with a healing word. Does that help make me feel better, or do I still feel weird?
It helps you feel better. You kind of figure that you feel like this because you're messed up and you inhaled a lot of water.
Okay. Then I'm going to kind of weakly stumble out later
Brian,
on.
yeah, Brian is like with you for most of the time, just making sure that you don't die.
Okay. What's going on out there? There's a lot of noise.
Kind of looks out. It kind of opens the door and looks out. It looks like they finally got the treasure up onto the ship. I've got Esteban and another one of the crew taking inventory of it. And there's a hell of a lot of crab meat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be good. I hope.
Considering the captain's indisposed, Cannonball would most probably join in on the whole taking inventory of things. Make sure,
yeah.
nothing disappears.
Sure, if you want to help them out, you can. He kind of shuts the door. He's like, "So, how big was this crab?"
Oh. It was like you could, I mean, it had like the figureheads of like 3 separate ships on it, and it somehow could make them light up. And
the
it
moment
did
you
this
see that,
scream.
the moment you say that, you see a bit of recognition in his eyes. And you were able to take that down underwater.
I wouldn't say me, but
That's impressive. Those destroy ships.
I got one hit in before it almost killed me.
One
But
hit is
most
one
of
hit.
It was the others. The others were amazing. They did.
Hats off to you and the others that have taken something like that down in its natural habitats.
Yeah.
If you hadn't, it probably would have claimed this ship as well.
Oh shit.
I've seen those things cleave perfectly good ships in twain.
I guess it was a good thing we went under when we did, and it not surprising us.
DM side note here, yes, because because it's considered a siege machine, so it does double damage to structures and vehicles.
Oh crap.
Yeah, the group did really well, honestly. Pearl was doing some awesome magic and kept me alive, for one thing, and Shara, and yeah, Cannonball did some crazy ass wicked magic shit, and Muir was like skewering the thing, and Shara just went all shark on her, on the crab, just full blood. It was pretty awesome at the end, actually. You should have seen it. She just tearing legs off, and just like it was just a blur of crab guts and glory.
And he sits there for just until you're feeling better to walk around, just talking with you about what happened down below, and just like taking mental notes of the battle at hand, and you know what the ship underneath looked like, and just
Yeah, I'll describe all that to him.
basically they're just keeping an eye on you, making sure you don't keel over dead.
Gotcha. Rory's oblivious to this. She just thinks like, okay, it's story time. Let me tell you. Here's how it all happened. And then there's a period of time that I'm completely blacked out for. No clue what happened there. So yeah, she'll do that. He's distracting her too, because she kind of wanted to go out, but he's kind of stopping her, keeping her there.
Those of you top deck, what is the plan for the sailing? Are you going back to your original course here, or are you staying here for the day?
Our captain is down. Cannonball, what are your orders?
Well, resume course first of all, matey.
So I look down to see what way the compass is pointing now.
It's
Right,
not.
look at the compass.
It's not. It's kind of now just acting like a normal compass.
Okay. I will tell Cannonball that.
Well,
Do we
then
keep-
we
Do we-
resume course, matey, and I'm glad to hear that it's functioning normally again.
So we go back to heading north then?
Well, I'm assuming here we veered off course because the compass was pointing east. So
only for
we
a-
probably want to go back west and then resume going north. But yes.
Well, technically, the way that you would go, yeah, you could just go north from here, because you would have gone at a northeast heading.
Yeah, we went northwest.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that works then.
If we are going to be resuming course, Shara will request that somebody else takes the helm.
Okay.
For sure.
Somebody can, yeah, one of the crew members can relieve you.
And Cannonball here, once we're underway, we'll definitely go and knock on Rory's door here. Provided she's not knocked out or passed out.
We can't hear Rory because she's muted.
You probably hear murmurings of conversations, so
Okay,
you know
well,
I'm up.
Yeah, he's not going to try to pry, but he is going to knock heavily on the door and go, "Captain, a moment of your word, if ye please."
All right, let him in.
He just like looks over his shoulder. It's open, Cannonball.
Thank you. So, Cannonball will open the door and simply look at Rory and tell her, "All right, Captain, we've resumed heading."
Good call.
And as you say that, as you say we resumed heading, there's a violent lurch in the ship. Give me a second. Need to pull up the ship's stats here.
Please don't tell me
Oh
that
no.
I forgot to pull up the anchor.
I had the ship stats.
Did we
printed,
drop
but I
anchor?
don't.
You did drop anchor.
Nope.
I mean, I would assume that when you say resume course, the crew would know to pick up the goddamn anchor, but I
So
guess not.
the ship lurches forward as whoever took helm kind of did it a little preemptively and signaled the people to drop the sails and they'll lurch forward because the anchor is still down.
Oh god damn it.
The ship is going to take 45 points of damage.
Oh my.
I'm noting it. Gotta print out
Fight
for
one
the
of the
ship.
crew this week.
How many points again?
I'm gonna go
49?
45.
right now.
45.
I roll since you relieved it with an NPC. I rolled. They got a nat 1.
Oh god.
As the person who took heading from the ship kind of sorry, kind of looking a little bit embarrassed as one of the Carl pushed them off of the wheel.
Yara.
Cannonball's gonna immediately rush back towards the helm when that happens, as technically this is happening on his watch.
And
I shout after him. Whoever did that, make note for Shara to discipline later.
Coming out of their pay, you mean?
Oh,
And-
it'll come out of something.
the anchor gets raised, and one of the other Hakar will begin to steer the ship back on course.
So, once things have calmed down, hopefully, we're gonna try to go back to Dr. Rory, because, you know, you're trying to say something. God damn it, crew member, please.
When he comes back, I have a glass of like a bottle of rum out, and I have like 2 or 3 cups that Bryant helped me pour, and one's left for you. And Rory motions to it. Here, we've had a long day.
Sorry, Captain, I'll have to refuse. I'm still on duty, after I'm relieved. That being said...
I drink both of it. Both of them is in mine. I didn't question it.
Bryant kind of like gives you a very concerned look that you're doing that.
It hurts. It's medicine.
No, it's not.
How do you know?
I'm a druid. Did you forget that?
Is it rum like natural?
No.
Whatever?
No.
Okay. All right. She puts the bottle down. Doesn't pour a third. I'm being good. I'm being good. Yes, Cannonball. Sorry.
I was simply thinking, matey, that once ye can walk upon your 2 legs once more, ye ought to come back and, at the very least, distribute some minor rewards to the rest of the crew and increase morale.
I trust you with that.
As ye say. The other thing he's gonna kind of like... huff a little bit and then just say, that being said, Captain, first pickings usually goes to the captain.
Oh, that's a thing? Okay.
Yes, it be, Captain.
I can
In
get
order of
behind
rank.
that. I can get behind that. Bryant, help me up. I gotta pick. I'm picking.
We can do that later. There's no
But
point.
morale.
There's no point in rushing it.
All right.
This
And
isn't-
actually, that being said, matey, ye might want to get a little bit of a cooking going for the crew. It's been a long day and they're no doubt hungry. Morale again.
as he kind of looks back at you. He's like, long day. It's barely noon.
I guess it's just been a
We
tough
not
day.
be,
for
we not be talking
everybody.
time-wise, matey. We be talking effort-wise.
I mean, the
until
crew up
lunch,
topside
I'm
didn't do too much, right?
No doubt I'm not the only one.
I mean, lunch does sound good.
I can get a lunch going. That's not a problem. Just you.
It is
Bed
greatly
rest.
appreciated, and I'm sure the crew will appreciate it.
Kind of just like mom finger points you, just like bed rest.
I promise not to do any more things stupid. I'm just gonna lay down.
Good. Almost drowning is not fun.
It really, really wasn't. Neither was being crushed by crabby arms. That was also quite unpleasant. I don't care to repeat that feeling. And my teeth hurt. I tried to bite it and it was really hard. I don't know how Shara does it.
Well, Shara is a natural Hakarl, so it sort of makes sense that she's got the jaw power to do that.
Well, I'm learning
your
still about
dress turned you
thing.
into one, so
Yeah. I guess I don't have the muscle built up or whatever.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Look the part. Not quite fully, you know. Anyway. Yeah. Cannonball. Was there any literature, books, papers, anything that survived down there?
Most of it, no doubt, to be waterlogged, Captain, but I'd have to go and finish inventorizing everything. I just thought, for your own benefit as a captain, that ye might want to raise the crew's morale yourself, ensure their loyalty.
Inventory will be posted in the Discord after I've noted it all out to you.
Got it. I think they're fine. I mean, I'll sing them a cool song tomorrow. It'll be fine. They're fine. And they're going to get gold. They can literally see the gold. How is their morale not going to be raised by seeing? Just let them know we're going to distribute it after we properly take inventory. Also, set aside anything, like, you know magic too. So, like, if you feel any kind of vibes from anything, set that aside along with anything that might have writing on it.
I'll do me best to take anything dangerous or information worthy away from the crew.
Yeah. But, you know, spread the word that we're going to be distributing this out to the crew. It's not something that we're going to be hoarding for just a few people. That'll raise their morale quite a bit. That and lunch, I'm sure. So.
And please do make sure that second mate Jenka, despite not participating, did hold the fort in the boat.
Yeah, she did great ordering the crew around, getting them in place. Everyone did an amazing job. I need to sleep, but everyone did great. I will give a rousing speech later, I promise. Ouch. But thank you, Cannibal. I appreciate it. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of gruffly just like shuffles out of the room.
Rory just face plants into her pillow. And that is
And
where
he
he
will-
will stay.
Yep, he's gonna follow Rory's instructions
Okay.
and do as he's told.
So, due to the amount of crab meat that you have, for a bit of it, he or Bryant whips together a bunch of like crab meat sandwiches, like po' boys, and like spreads them among the crew. With 20 pounds of crab meat, you guys are gonna be having crab a lot for the next couple days.
There's worse things.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I mean, I didn't say it was gonna be bad. I'm just saying that, you know, expect to have crab meat with every meal.
As long as it's fresh, I don't have a problem with it.
Also, real quick, what is the name of the crew member that I'm gonna have to discipline probably next session?
That is a good question. Name generator. What is the name of the stupid
I
crew
gotta
member?
put it in my notes so I don't forget.
Who's getting a beating?
Their name, everyone knows them as Pim.
Pim. Okay.
P-I-M.
Got it.
What's Pim look like?
Pim is a little bit on the younger side. Barely has his sea legs. Maybe a young man of like around the age of 20. You know, hasn't really served a lot on ships, but owed Bryant a favor, so he signed on.
Oh, this poor kid.
Yeah, he was trying to prove himself that he's capable and got a little too overexcited. But yeah. So as the ship continues on, a little damage now, but not too bad. There's no movement penalties or anything like that. This would be where Jenka comes into play because Jenka has the ability to repair the ship. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a roll for Jenka here. Okay. Jenka's able to, for this first day, Jenka's able to repair 10 HP to the ship.
Noted.
But the rest of the day goes perfectly fine. Fair winds, crew's morale is up from the amount of treasure that they saw brought on the ship and from the food that Bryant is working up. Around the time that the sun begins to set and shift changes are happening, Rory, you feel a bit better, that you're probably able to function normally without having to fear about passing out.
Okay. Then I'll kind of make it out and start looking over, you know, I'm gonna look at make sure the crew's doing fine first and
Yep.
make sure everyone's doing good and double check our heading and then like start looking over the treasure to see if anything is. Oh, I'll go to Cannonball and ask him what's the stuff you set aside. Let me start looking there. And that's where I'll focus in on. And I know you said you would create like a list for us later, so we could just say that I look over things.
Before we do that, I have one question.
Yeah.
Shara, where did you put that bag with the crab in it?
It's with me still, and I'm probably down in my hammock in the crew area.
Okay. Did you put it anywhere, or is it just out and about on its own?
It's. Did the bag have like a shoulder sling for wearing it?
No, this is. It looked like it's more. It attaches to a traditional belt.
Okay. Then I probably just tossed it on like a crate that I've made into a coffee table or something.
Okay. And as you're relaxing, you hear the little click of the crab's legs on the wood as it kind of like is looking around, a little curious, and then it like walks over and it kind of like taps at your axe. Kind of just gets a weird look, and then you see that it grabs the axe and the axe gets sucked into the bag as it just looks around and begins to walk along the deck of the sleeping quarters.
I'm gonna try and grab the crab.
Okay, go ahead and make a grapple check.
19.
19. You loom again over this crab, and it notices you and sucks itself back into the bag, but you're able to scoop the bag up without a problem.
I'm gonna hold the flap of the bag open and turn the bag upside down and like start shaking it.
And
give that back. Give that back.
You're shaking the bag and nothing is coming out.
Which axe did it take?
I assume
The
it
lightning
took
one.
My lightning.
The lightning one, yeah.
Because I would have just kind of tossed all my stuff to the same spot when I laid down in my hammock. I'm gonna try and reach into the bag.
Okay. Are you reaching in to grab the crab or the axe?
Probably the crab. That's probably what's on my mind at the moment.
All right, you take 6 points of pinching damage as your hand goes in, and you just feel like a defensive pinch, like snip at your finger, but you're not able to get hold of the crab. Like you're now like forearm deep into this bag, something that shouldn't be able to happen, and like you can't find purchase on it.
So I don't know how much Shara knows about magic stuff and how magic works. Do you think she would think it's a good idea or a bad idea to turn the bag inside out?
Technically, you can't turn the bag inside out because you can't feel anything on the inside of it. There's nothing to grip onto.
Well, what if I like pushed the back of it from the outside out through the opening?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana roll with disadvantage.
I'm afraid.
That's
There's going to be
minus
2
one.
people getting flogged tonight.
That's gonna be a 3.
A 3? You know that if you can't find it something in a bag, normally turning, even pockets, turning it inside out, usually reveals it.
Okay. I'm gonna do exactly that.
Okay. And you push this bag out. And as you do, the crab is ejected from the bag itself. And then there's just an audible thud that everybody outside of the captain, or not the captain's, but the sleeping quarters hears as the entire room is pelted with the contents of this bag. Shar, can I get a Constitution saving throw?
You sure can. Okay, that's good. That's a 19.
A 19. Okay. So you're only going to take 4 points of force damage as like the bag itself is kind of like ripped out of your hands as coins and swords and books and statues are all thrown about this room. And as the bag hits the ground, it kind of rights itself up back to a right side out bag, and the crab kind of slowly crawls to it and opens it up and crawls back in and closes the bag.
That's gonna be an extremely angry cannonball charging into the room.
Yeah, we all heard that, right? It's like
Everyone heard it. It kind of rocked the boat a little bit too.
Cannonballs charging into the room, yelling, "What are you doing?"
And you just see the
Right
room is
behind
just
him with axe drawn.
you all just see this room now just littered with loot. Some of the coins are even embedded into the ship wall with the force that it exploded out with.
The
What
hell did you do?
happened?
The ship is going to
explosives in the bunk.
the ship will not take any damage because the damage does not beat its damage threshold. So you don't have to worry about that. But there are obvious indentation marks where coins are like lodged into the wood.
Or like pokes one out. Jeez, are you okay?
I'm fine. I got it covered.
As you're talking, the bag sort of just starts walking away from everyone.
No, you come back here. I go chasing after the bag.
What's with the bag?
And like,
And why is
where
it
did all this
the
come
crab, the crab looks at you and just starts like trying to double speed away.
Just this comical image of a giant shark person chasing a little hermit crab with a bag.
Somebody catch that bag.
It doesn't take long. You guys kind of chase it around a little bit, but you're finally able to corner it, and it kind of just gives up and just sucks itself back into the inside of the bag and closes the flap.
I am not letting go of you again.
I have questions, but where did all this come from?
Yeah, what happened from the beginning?
Okay, so from the beginning, we were down in the water, right? And the compass was pointing Pearl to the captain's quarters, so we were investigating. And when we got there, there was a bag with a crab in it, like a small crab, not a big one, right?
And as you mentioned that, you see a little crab claw kind of like come out of the bag and like grip onto the like one of the hammocks, and the hammock is sucked into the bag.
Don't stop. Just let me explain. Stop that. Stop that.
That's
Give me an animal handling roll.
That is a big problem.
Okay, it's an 18.
You kind of feel that the crab listens to you as it kind of rests in the bag right now.
Okay.
Is that a klepto
That's
crab?
the world's smallest crab cake if it does that again.
I think it's listening for now. But yeah, so we found the bag and there was a crab in it, and it was like pulling stuff into the bag, and I grabbed it and brought it aboard, and I kind of forgot about it, and it stole my axe. My axe, it stole it. It pulled it
Where
into
is
the
the
bag.
axe?
The axe is lodged into one of the walls.
Oh, there it is.
Or-
Yeah, that one. So I reached into the bag, right, to try and pull the crab out, and it pinched me. The asshole pinched me. Can you believe it? So I turned the bag inside out to get the crab out, and then all of this
You did
stuff
what?
fell
Wait,
out.
what? Can I do an Arcana check?
Yes,
to
you can.
see
You
if any of this is clicking
being
for
a
me?
bard, yes. You can give me an Arcana roll.
Okay, that's gonna be a 18.
Okay, so I love these creatures, by the way. These are legit creatures.
I hate it.
I need to find the exact name here for it though. We'll load up. Yes. So you know two things. One, that bag is indeed a bag of holding. But the creature inside is a duffel crab. It is a magical it's a magical hermit crab. That this one is obviously a baby because they grow to a huge size. The bag
Like
is
as big as what we fought?
no,
Or-
like large
Okay.
creature size. This is small-ish, medium-ish, so it's still a baby. But this thing is able to live half and half in the pocket dimension of the bag of holding itself and the physical world, and able to pull itself in and survive for a short period of time inside the bag. And while they live, they just grab random things that catch their attention and pull them into the bag of holding.
Is there any way to remove the crab from the bag that I know of?
Only by killing it.
Okay. And I know it's a magical creature.
It is a magical creature.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to be evil or anything. It's just it's a crab.
So I relay that information. I'm gonna
If you
say-
guys want to see a picture of the crab,
Yes.
okay. These
100%.
things are freaking adorable. Okay, I'm gonna bring everyone to the map because I just dragged it there. So that's what they look like. And yes,
No.
that's a ship sail and its claws.
Oh geez, they get big.
Yeah, they get
Okay.
massive. But
Big ass
This
bag.
little
Wait,
bag.
the bag grows with them?
the bag grows with them
Oh, God.
Oh god.
because the bag is like their shell.
Okay, so
Mhm.
it's sort of like a bag of holding, which is a magical bag that holds a bunch of shit if you're not familiar with it using pocket dimensions. This little guy is a magic creature who lives in between both dimensions, and the bag is its shell.
And as you're talking, it's kind of wiggled free out of Char's grasp as I climbed up and just is like sitting on her shoulder. Just like watching everyone.
And it looks like it's becoming fond of you. Maybe.
I'd be a little more fond of it if it didn't steal my axe again.
See, that's the
Right.
problem. I'm kind of worried about it stealing everything when we don't look at it.
So like you say that and it kind of like looks at you for a moment and just kind of like, I needed to see its intelligence here. The two. It kind of just like brushes like the side of your face with its claw.
Look, see, it's learning. It can be taught.
Or it's trying to grab your face and shove you into the bag.
Also a concern.
I mean, that's like a form of affection, though, right?
No.
I I don't know. I feel like we should just let it free, but if you want to keep it, just make sure it doesn't steal things it shouldn't.
I mean,
Well,
if it
back
does
up the
end
board.
up stealing stuff, we'll know where the stuff is, right?
I guess we just. Yeah. Could be useful. And he'd fetch a very large price at the open market. Just saying.
If it gets out of hand, I'll let it go.
All right. Well, let's add this pile to the inventory.
Okay. So as you're scooping it, like the treasure and whatnot, up, the crab is kind of like frantically running around, grabbing as many coins as it can and like putting it into the bag, as if like this is like its own personal hoard. And like there are times when you guys pick things up and it tries to give chase it to you, at you, like snipping at you, and its claws up in the air, and it's like trying to intimidate you. But the size that it is right now, it's more adorable than anything.
It's so good. It's so cute. Like, oh, you want that coin? Oh, you want that coin?
As it snaps out and just grabs the coin from your fingers and just sucks it into the bag.
Oh, damn. Okay. I really don't know about this thing. Just saying. Keep it out of my room completely. It
I get
steps
near your
up
bookshelves.
I
far
will try.
near my quarters. It's overboard instantly.
There are a
I'll
couple
do my
books
best.
that are out that have been thrown out of this bag as well.
Yeah.
One
we're
of them-
immediately going over there.
One of them is a shipping manifest from the ship that you had just explored, Pearl, from the Sprocket.
I'll toss that to Pearl.
Oh.
And
Okay,
it's completely legible.
or Pearl would, tweak onto it. So Pearl is looking at this whole thing and looking at the books and thinking, and she says, you asked me to see what was in the captain's quarters, Captain Rory, and the compass pointed to a book that was
Really?
right beside the bag and the crab.
Why
And
didn't the crab take the book?
yeah, I hadn't even thought about it till I saw this mess. Son of a seahorse, I told you not to take the crab. But anyway,
But I
because
wanted it.
but the compass wasn't pointing at the book at the crab, just the book. But the book is kind of waterlogged, so I don't know
Can I
why
see
it's
it?
valuable. Yeah. So she fishes in her pouch and pulls out this book and hands it to Rory.
I would like.
It's a bit scuffed, yeah.
I'm gonna. Can I borrow it for a while? I want to just spend some time with it because it's odd that the compass was pointing at it. Maybe there's some illusion magic on it or something.
Yeah. Maybe a smarter druid or whatever than I am can figure out how to dry this thing out. It's just a wet, soggy, waterlogged, ink ran book, but there's obviously something really important about it.
Well, that's the thing. Magic texts, if it was magic, generally don't degrade with water. They're pretty hardy. So,
I just
no,
looked
it's
at
just very odd that the compass would lead us to something mundane.
Well, I only looked at the front cover. I didn't go through page by page. I mean, it was wet. I didn't want to risk damaging it further. So,
You mind if I borrow it for a little while?
no. Um,
I'll give
you
it back.
asked me to find things. Here you go.
Thanks. I'm gonna gather up any other books I see.
Okay.
When I hand Rory the compass or the book, and we say, just a second though, I'm going to
Mhm.
take out the compass, and I want to see what the compass does when I hand the book to Rory.
It's just acting like a normal compass.
It's not upset.
Nope.
But there's no indication that that the book has gone away from the compass.
Nope.
Okay. All
Can
right.
I see the compass real quick as well?
Yeah, but I want it back.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's yours. I'm just gonna touch the two items together, just in case that does anything.
It does, but we're gonna have to find out next week what it does.
Okay.
So, with that, this is gonna be it for us for this week. But this is not the only show that we normally do. On Mondays right now, Mass Effect is sort of on a hiatus until everything gets situated enough to where we're able to Zoro's able to run the stream. Until then, you're gonna have us here on Tricorn Isles. Once everything gets back into normal rotation, we'll be rotating every other Monday between Mass Effect and Tricorn Isles. Coming up on Tuesday, we have another episode of Destiny Forge Campaign 3. I almost said Wayward Wanderers. That is not true. And then on this upcoming Saturday, we have Wayward Wanderers, which is a Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse campaign that Azerin runs. And then on the following Saturday is Withered Wastes, which is a 5th edition campaign that I run as well. But for now, we are going to head on out. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. And we will see you all tomorrow for more Destiny Forge. Till then, have a good one.